Hi, folks. Can you hear me?
Thank you, Councillor Candaval. We can hear you.
Excellent. Thank you.
right, good morning, everybody. I'm going to call this meeting to order. Good morning, I'm Deputy Mayor Paul Ainsley. I'm the Chair of Scarborough Community Council. We do have quorum this morning. I'm now calling meeting number 31 to order. Welcome, everybody. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person here at the Scarborough Civic Center in the Council Chamber. This meeting is also being live streamed at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. For the land acknowledgement, I'd like to say on behalf of myself, my colleagues, and all of our amazing staff that although we may be meeting in different locations today, Scarborough Community Council would like to acknowledge the land we're meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also would like to acknowledge Toronto is covered by Treaty Number 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit and the Williams Treaties signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. If you're here this morning or online to register to speak at today's meeting, if you could please listen for me to call your name. I'll be calling speakers in the order that they appear on our speakers list for each item as we get to it. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Scarborough Community Council page at the city's website at toronto.ca/council and clicking on the speakers box to see where your name is. Excuse me. For members of Community Council, just a reminder, the City Clerk has provided all of our agenda materials on that same website page at toronto.ca/council and also on the Clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff are available for anyone if you need help with your electronic devices, and a reminder to please submit and approve motions that you would look to put forward by email. Staff are available at scc@toronto.ca to help with any motions. At this point, I'm going to ask if there's any declarations of interest under the Ontario Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Seeing none, can I have a motion to confirm the minutes from our last meeting of April 1st, 2026? Moved by Councillor Thompson. All in favor? That carries. I'm going to run through the items on today's agenda. Our first item is SC 31.1, 3303 to 3313, Ellesmere Road Official Plan Amendment and Zoning Bylaw. This is a decision report for approval. Councillor Sham? Speakers? Sorry, my apologies. So we do have speakers for that one, so I will hold that. Our next item is SC 31.2, 3718 and 3730, Kingston Road Zoning Bylaw Amendment. This is a decision report for final approval. We have speakers on that. I will hold that in my name. Item number 3, SC 31.3, 1710 and 1712, Ellesmere Road Official Plan Amendment, Zoning Bylaw Amendment, and Draft Plan of Subdivision Application. This is a decision report for final approval. We have speakers on that item. I will hold that in my name. SC 31.4, 3000, 3004, 3008, 3012, and 3020 Kennedy Road, Draft Plan of Subdivision. This is a decision report for final approval. I'm holding that for speakers. Our fifth item, SC 31.5, 3130, Danforth Avenue Zoning Bylaw Amendment Application. This is a decision report for final approval. We have speakers for that as well. Item number 6, SC 31.6, 614, Danforth Road Zoning Bylaw Amendment. This is a decision report with a refusal recommendation in Councillor Candibel's ward. Councillor Candibel?
I'll move staff recommendation if there's no speakers. I believe there aren't.
Nope, there's no speakers. Councillor Candibel is moving the staff recommendations. All in favor? That carries. SC 31.7, changes to the Kennedy Road Business Improvement Areas Board of Management. Councillor Thompson?
I can move the item.
Councillor Thompson is moving the recommendations. All in favor? That carries. SC 31.8, 226 Scarborough Crescent, an application to remove a private tree. there's speakers on this item, so I will hold that. SC 31.9, 2 Fairfax Crescent, application to remove a private tree in Ward 20, Scarborough Southwest. There's speakers on this item, so I will hold that. SC 31.10, naming of a proposed street for a development at 253 Markham Road and 1220 and 30 Dunelm Street. This is in my ward. I do have a motion. I'm going to defer this. I'm referring this item to the Director of Engineering Support Services, Engineering and Construction Services for further community consultation on suitable names options that better connect to the community. Questions of me? Sorry? Are there, I didn't think there were speakers. No, there's no speakers. No. 10. We're on number 10. That's okay. You had me worried for a moment. All right. All in favor of my motion? Item is amended. All in favor? That carries. All right. We are on number 11, SC 31.11, 77 Victoria Park Avenue, construction staging area in Ward 20, Scarborough Southwest. Councillor Candavel?
I'll be moving a deferral motion as there's more work to be done with this sensitive staging plan.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions of the mover? No? All right. Councillor Candavel is moving deferral of this item until our May 28th meeting. All in favor? That carries. Item number 12, SC 31.12, Metrolinx subway extension, temporary traffic modifications and public highway dedications, Kennedy Station connection, emergency exit building number 3, and the Scarborough Center Station. Who wants this one? Any holds?
No, I don't have a problem with it. I'm actually fine. So from me, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to move it. I don't know what my other colleagues.
All right. Covers 4 wards. You want to hold it? Okay. Being held by Councillor Myers. Item number 13, S3 31.13, Metrolinx GO Expansion Program, reconstruction of the Birchmount Road Bridge, temporary road closure and transportation impacts. Ward 20, Scarborough Southwest. Councillor Candavel?
I can move the recommendation and let folks know in the room. We'll be having a town hall on this on May 11th.
Okay. Councillor Candavel is moving the recommendations in number 13. All in favor? That carries. SC 31.14, Scarborough Village Street Plan. We have speakers on this item, so I will hold it. SC 31.15, Scarborough Golf Club Road from Kingston Road to Hill Crescent and Guildcrest, traffic calming or speed humps. I'm going to move this in my ward. All in favor? That carries. SC 31.17, Nashdene Road and Tiffield Road, always stop control in Ward 23, Scarborough North. Councillor Myers?
You missed one.
Sorry, did I miss one?
16.
My apologies. Bottom of the page. Going back to SC 31.16, Ingleton Boulevard, Alton Tower Neighbourhood Connections, traffic calming for speed humps.
I'd like to move the recommendation and just say a quick thank you to Adam Poppin, who worked on this with the community in my office. It's a great outcome and very excited to see this initiative move forward.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Myers. All in favor of the recommendations? That carries. Now we have number 17, SC 31.17, Nashdene Road and Tiffield Road, always stop control, Ward 23, Scarborough North. Councillor Myers?
I'd like to move staff recommendations.
Okay, Councillor Myers is moving staff recommendations in number 17. All in favor? That carries. Our next item is a new item of business, SC 31.18, Youth Innovation Hub Initiative at the Scarborough Civic Center, being put forward by Councillor Thompson. Councillor Thompson, motion to add it to the agenda.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right. All in favor of adding this item to the agenda? Thank you. And then we have one more, which will be known as SC 31.18, 19, my apologies, which is a letter from me that you should be receiving or had received. Okay, so I'm moving this as new business. All in favor? That carries. Thank you. All right, we are going back to the beginning. So our first item of business is SC 31.1, 3307, and 3313 Ellesmere Road. This is an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw application decision report for final approval. We have 5 registered speakers, sorry. And just for all of the speakers, just to let you know, so you have 5 minutes to speak. The podium's up here in the center on the main floor. You have 5 minutes to address community council when your name is heard. The practice that, or the process that we have is that once you've spoken for up to 5 minutes, each councillor has up to 5 minutes if they choose so to ask you questions. Once all the speakers on the item are done, we ask questions of staff, the same process. We have up to 5 minutes each to ask questions of staff on any given item. And then we bring it into committee, as we like to call it, where you then we each have 5 minutes to speak on the item on any given item. So that's how we're gonna roll through this morning. So our first item, we have 5 registered speakers. The first speaker is Paul Melita, followed by Michael Tiscuso from the Biggert Group, Daryl Brown, Nicole Corrado, and then Joy Lowen. So Paul Melita, is Paul here? And the timer for your 5 minutes is on the wall over there. Morning, sir. Good to see you again.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and committee. My name is Paul Melita. I live at 19 Conlins Road, which is just a couple of stone throws southeast of this development at 3313 Ellesmere. I wanted to get a couple of confirmations through the builder, but I notice he's not speaking today, so I'm not sure what accommodation has been made to the 2 residents who are affected by this huge development beside their existing homes, and the loss of rear yard privacy that they will suffer, and the loss of property value if they can sell the properties, and also the emotional distress they must be experiencing now for those losses. I urge the committee to refuse this zoning amendment because the proposed building basically dwarfs the 2 dwellings and the residential subdivision next to this development. It will adversely affect the adjacent house property values, and this building is designated as a high building under the building code. It is a high building because it exceeds 59 feet. And the building code has very excessive and restrictive building code requirements for such a building. It's one of the most restrictive requirements next to high hazard industrial. And the building code defines very restrictive requirements. The code writers recognize that the potential of fire risk and rescue is evident in such a building, and that's why it requires 2-hour fire-rated floors, sprinkling to gain access to future and benefits to future requirements. Areas of refuge are required for this building, pressurized exit stairwells, fire-protected electrical conductors for emergency systems in the building, firefighters' elevator, et cetera, and a central fire alarm control station for the fire department. Very excessive requirements, more than for any other kind of building. And the, and this emphasizes the major difference between this building and the adjacent residences. And I'm concluding that the building's use and size is incompatible with the nearby residences. It doesn't fit. And there is no accommodation that I'm aware of to address the concern of the nearby residents, which are only feet away from this development. It's an excessive intensification with a high load of people. The loss of privacy next door is just poor planning, and it is it's inappropriate. So I emphasize and urge the committee to refuse approval for the rezoning application. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Melita. Questions of the deputant? Sorry, Mr. Melita, they would have had a number of community meetings. Were they well attended? Like, did you address your concerns? Were you at the community meeting and able to bring your concerns?
I was at the Rouge meeting last month.
Okay, and you brought your concerns forward at that time?
I beg your pardon?
You brought your concerns forward?
Yes, I did, and I believe I wrote some and issued them to various parties.
Okay, and how many, your neighbors were all at the meeting?
Pardon me?
Neighbors?
Yes.
Yep.
There was a very good turnout.
All right, do you know how many people were in the room?
Well, at the Rouge Rec Center, there were a good 50 people or more.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time this morning.
Yep.
Our next deputant is Michael Testaguza with the Big Leary Group.
Good morning, Chair.
You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Perfect. My name is Michael Testaguza from the Big Leary Group. I am here representing the applicant for these applications before you today. I'd like to start off by saying that I have reviewed the staff report and obviously do support the recommendations and the conclusions therein. I am primarily here to address any comments that the committee may have with respect to the applications. Happy to also go over changes that were made since the community meeting, as well as discuss matters of rear yard privacy. I will say, respecting the previous conversations and deputations made, the building will of course be constructed to comply with all the requirements of the Ontario Building Code. So I think that is important to point out, and the deputant's quite right to point out that those standards exist for such buildings as is proposed here. With respect to the matter of rear yard privacy, I would note that the application has been designed to have regard for the city's updated mid-rise guidelines. And I would also point out from a height perspective, of course, that the property is in line with a one-to-one height relative to the avenue it fronts, which is quite typical for the City of Toronto. But again, I will be in your hands here if there's further questions on the report or on the application.
Okay, thank you, sir. Questions of the deputant? Councillor Shan?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. There were a number of concerns that were raised at the town hall, the consultation meeting that happened in Rouge Valley Community Center. I'm just going to go through some of them to see what was done from the initial proposal to address some of those concerns that had taken place. One of the concerns raised, even though the city does not have, the city's policy falls short in some ways around the parking requirements for Scarborough. This has 746 beds, so potentially at least 746 if it's meant to be for students, that many students in that building. How many parking spots have been allocated, and what's being done to make sure that the consideration that many students in Scarborough do have a car?
Certainly. I'm happy to address that. I do think since the original proposal, first off, there have been reductions to the building massing, which has resulted in a reduction of units and a reduction in the number of beds. I think it's at about 625 now. So there was a significant reduction following the community meeting with respect to both massing and the number. Of course, as you mentioned, and it is important to reiterate, this proposal complies with all the city's requirements with respect to minimum parking, so that's not necessarily a consideration of the zoning amendment that's being put forward, but I do understand the practical considerations of that. Of course, with respect to that, there are 4 spaces at grade that have been made available. The reason those have been made available is 2 are pickup drop-off spots to allow for short-term, with the advent of Uber and such other services, to allow for those people to be having space at grade and not needing to go into the underground and making sure they're not idling on Ellesmere. And there's also been made available at grade 2 short-term parking spots, which will be for, your Uber Eats or your Amazon drop-off, where they would not want to go into the underground, also don't need to be taking up space in the pickup drop-off areas, because those people need to leave their car and drop off their wares, so to speak. So we've made sure that there's space for those at grade to avoid any kind of queuing on the street. We've also provided the required amount of bike parking spaces. And of course, the site's very well serviced by existing bus routes that service U of T Scarborough, as well as, of course, 2 planned future transit routes that will have stops immediately in front of the site, being the DSBRT and the Eglinton East LRT.
Thank you. I have a number of questions, so I'm just going to go through them in groups, just so that I don't miss them in my time. Environment-related concerns around water table and the proximity to water table in the development, trees, and shadow from a environmental health-related stuff. There were a number of concerns that were raised by residents. So what's changed from the initial proposal on those?
Certainly, and for all the residents in the room, I would like to point this out. I do know at the community meeting there was several questions asked with respect to groundwater. So I did consult since that time with my hydrogeologist and had a conversation with them. The way the building's been designed with 1 level of underground, has specifically been designed to avoid the water table. That's important because A, it won't affect the flow of water, of groundwater in the area, and it won't result in any need for long-term dewatering or affect, therefore, the level of the water. So that should assuage concerns with respect to foundation settlement, as well as with respect to trees in the area that rely on groundwater. Of course, an arborist report has been prepared and does indicate that the trees on the neighboring properties to the south and the east, being the stable residential neighborhood, would not be impacted by the proposal. With respect to shadowing, I do think there's an important change that's been made with respect to that. The building massing is comprised of 2 elements, an 11-story massing at the front, and then a reduced massing stepping down to 7 stories in the rear. Now, the 11-story massing has been designed to be in proportion with the avenue width at 36 meters. The depth of that 11-story massing has been reduced by 10 meters in consultation with staff and in hearing the discussions at the community meeting. That reduction in massing more or less lines up with the depth of the properties that face Ellesmere, such that that 11-story massing isn't sitting in the rear yards of the residential homes, which front Mirror and Nor Valley Court, I believe it is. And of course, that reduction in massing does also reduce the shadow impact on the neighbors to the east in the evening, which is primarily when shadows would be cast at in that direction.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is it possible to get an extension, or I come back on a second round? If there's any other.
See if if our colleagues have any questions.
Yeah, then I can come back.
Do a second round. Councillor, no others? Nope. Councillor Shan, you want a second round?
Yes, please.
All right, all in favor of second round? Carries. Go ahead.
Thank you. I have questions around the space between the neighbors' space from the front, the setbacks. There were concerns around how small the setbacks were when the initial design were proposed. Has there been changes made to that?
Certainly, yes. So I do want to point out, because there was some confusion at the community meeting, so I do think firstly the front yard setback is worth discussion. So there is a 5-meter road widening being provided. In addition to the 5-meter road widening, there's a 4.2 meter front yard setback being provided. That allows for potential further expansion of the avenue if needed to support the two transit projects I previously mentioned. So all in all, the building itself is going to be set back about 9 meters from the back of curb, so about 30 feet. So I think that pictorially, people may have had an impression that the building was sitting right up on the street. Again, it should be about 30 feet or about 9 meters back from the back of curb, allowing for a lot of streetscape planting and generous pedestrian zones in that area. With respect to the eastern yard and the southern yard, the building's always maintained a 7.5 meter setback once you got beyond the depth of the First Avenue, or of the properties that front Ellesmere. And that's obviously guided by the mid-rise guidelines. I want to point out that a typical mid-rise building would only have those 7.5 meter setback at the rear. We recognize that there are neighbors to the east, and so we've provided that 7.5 meter setback to those rear yards on the east as well. Atypical from a normal mid-rise building is there's no rear lane in this instance. So that entire 7.5 meters is able to be landscaped with new trees that obviously are able to grow pretty significantly compared to a tree that would sit in a 1.5 meter planter strip at the rear of a typical mid-rise building. So we are planning on planting pretty significantly along both the eastern and southern yards. In addition, a change that was made following the community meeting, and it may seem inconsequential, but I don't think it is. Along the eastern property line, at the community meeting, the building was set back 1.2 meters for the depth of that first property that fronts onto Ellesmere. In consultation with staff and hearing the commentary, we've been able to increase that setback. That's one of the massing revisions I referred to 3 meters. Again, 1.8 meters seems inconsequential, but in this instance, it's not. It allows for enough room to provide for planting along the entire eastern side yard setback, even facing the properties or adjacent to the properties which front onto Ellesmere. When it comes to property, significant, robust, and privacy, significant, robust planting along the property lines is typically a planner's go-to design solution. But I will note, in addition, that there are no balconies being proposed along the eastern and southern facades of the building. And further, that the amenity space on the 7th floor roof, the outdoor portion of that has been completely segmented to the western portion of the building and buffered from the neighbors to the east via the a 7th-story amenity area. So the amenity area is completely on the west. Sorry, I'll stop talking.
Thank you. My last set of question or last area of concern is around the impact on UTSC, and has University of Toronto Scarborough campus engaged with you in this process? Has there been some feedback from them? Have you incorporated anything that they have provided? Can you elaborate on any of those things, please?
Certainly, yeah. I do want to point out, and someone from U of T Scarborough did attend the community meeting. I have had a couple of meetings with them, as have my clients. It is important for everybody here to know this is not a University of Toronto Scarborough project. They wanted just to make that very clear, and of course we want to as well. The proposal is geared towards student rental. That is the target audience, so it is going to be a rental, 11-story rental project. There have been initial discussions with U of T Scarborough with respect to student populations, their needs, their Harmony Commons, how full that building is. But honestly, we will look for all opportunities to partner with them into the future if those kind of make sense for both parties.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Shan. Other questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Our next deputant is Daryl Brown.
I do have a presentation, so if, just need to connect it.
The IT staff, audio staff are on their way down.
Okay.
There you go. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
I think we're good to go. Good morning, Chair, members of the Community Council. My name is Darrell Brown. I've lived in Toronto for over 40 years, 15 years near the Rouge Hill GO station. 6 months ago, I was a candidate in the by-election that Councillor Shan was successful at. I'll be speaking today on item 31.1, the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment for 3307 and 3313 Ellesmere Road, and in support potentially of a broader motion dealing with some of the issues brought up in the Sun Forum. Through you, Chair, the question before you today is not whether growth should happen. Clearly it should. The question is whether the application is being approved in a way that is consistent with adopted policy and available infrastructure. This proposal is not a minor intensification. It is a full conversion from low-density residential zoning to a mixed-use designation with site-specific exceptions that override standard limits on density, height, and built form. That makes this a precedent-setting decision, not just for this site, but for the Ellesmere corridor and for Highland Creek more broadly. 6 months ago, during the course of the campaign I was involved with, I ran a public survey of Ward 25 residents. Two findings are directly relevant to what we're talking about today. Over 68% of the respondents to that survey said the city does not engage with Ward 25 well, and roughly 98% expressed concern about infrastructure strain from new development. Those are not abstract concerns. They map directly onto planning considerations, transportation capacity, servicing, and community infrastructure, which must be evaluated under the Planning Act. Residents are not rejecting growth. They are rejecting growth that outpaces infrastructure. This brings me to the Highland Creek Community Secondary Plan. It's not aspirational. It was adopted by council policy. It's a council policy intended to guide development decisions. If an application does not conform to that policy, the appropriate response is not an automatic approval through amendment. It is to pause and assess whether the proposal is consistent with the broader planning framework. And that leads to the central issue. There is no visible cumulative impact analysis here. Today's agenda includes multiple development approvals across Scarborough. But what is missing for this application and others is a ward-level understanding of transit capacity, school capacity, healthcare access, and parking demand. Without that, decisions are being made on a site-by-site basis while impacts are felt system-wide. So I'm asking Community Council to do three things. First, support the motion being brought forward to reassess parking policy in Scarborough, including minimum requirements on parking availability, on-street permit access, and transit parking, so that policy reflects the actual Scarborough transportation conditions. Second, before approving this application, ask staff to clearly state on the record what the cumulative infrastructure analysis has been conducted for this corridor and for the surrounding community. And third, at a minimum, defer this application pending a cumulative infrastructure and transportation assessment. This is not a rejection of growth, it's responsible sequencing of growth. Undoubtedly, Scarborough is growing, but we don't dispute that, but growth that is not aligned with infrastructure, policy, and local context risks undermining both community stability and public trust. Residents are not asking you to stop growth, they are asking you to plan it properly, and today that responsibility sits with this table. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Any questions of the deputant? Nope, seeing none. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time this morning. Our next speaker is Nicole Corrado. Is Nicole here? Nicole's online. Nicole,
Yes,
can you
I'm
hear
here.
us? Great, you have 5 minutes
Yes,
whenever
I
you're
grew.
ready.
Sure, I grew up around that very area, and that particular area where they want to build these student resident condos are going to be and rental spaces. It's an absolutely beautiful area. It disturbs me just how many trees are slated to be cut to build this place, and it's proximity to Highland Creek. It's all the trees being cut. It's not necessary to cause that much destruction in order to build this place. That spot should be a park. It shouldn't be paved over. It's just cutting all these trees will absolutely change the community. It will create wildlife conflict. It'll cause all kinds of problems. We don't need those trees cut. I want the area to be protected as a park. If you build this place, it'll spoil what that area is. That's a little quiet, gentle area with a lot of trees.
All right, thank you, Ms. Corrado, much appreciated. Any questions of the deputant? Hearing none, our next deputant is Joy Lowen. Morning, Ms. Lowen, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, members of council. My name is Joy Lowen. I am the president of the Highland Creek Community Association, and I'm here on behalf of residents to express strong opposition to this proposal. At its core, the application asks you to do something that has no precedent in our community, to consolidate 2 residential detached lots and rezone them to mixed use. That matters, because once you approve it, the question is no longer whether this fits the community. The question becomes, on what basis could you refuse the next one? This is exactly the kind of lot assembly and intensification that council explicitly cautioned against when approving multiplex policies, stating clearly that those permissions were not to be interpreted as justification for assembling lots within stable neighborhoods for intensification. So I ask, why would that principle not apply here? I also want to address several points in the staff report that are being used to justify approval. First, the suggestion that these properties are underutilized. They are not. They are functioning, fully zoned residential lots. If they are vacant, that is a private ownership decision, not a planning rationale. We cannot allow vacancy, intentional or otherwise, to become a backdoor argument for intensification. Second, the reliance on higher order transit. This area is not currently designated as a major transit station area, nor is it planned as one. And given timelines, funding uncertainty, and shifting priorities, any meaningful transit expansion is likely decades away. Planning based on hypothetical infrastructure is not good planning, it is speculation. Third, the claim that Ellesmere Road functions as an avenue. That is simply not correct in this context. At the February 5th, 2025 council meeting, staff confirmed multiple times that secondary plans prevail over avenues policies. Highland Creek is governed by a secondary plan. Staff also confirmed that the urban structure map, map 2, does not account for areas covered by secondary plans, despite Ellesmere appearing on that map. So again, I ask, on what planning basis is Ellesmere being treated as an avenue here when council was clearly told it was not? Fourth, the shadow studies. Even in their current form, and I granted that they were amended, they show significant shadowing still of neighboring properties, particularly to the east, from mid to late afternoon through sunset during the very months when residents most value outdoor space. And yet, this impact is not meaningfully acknowledged in the report. Residents are being asked to accept a future where their backyards, spaces they have invested in and relied on, lose sunlight during the most usable part of the day. So I ask, who decides how much sunlight a resident is entitled to? Fifth, privacy. The level of overlook into neighboring homes and backyards is excessive and unavoidable given the scale and proximity of this building. This is not a minor adjustment to a neighborhood fabric. It is a fundamental and permanent intrusion. And finally, the broader justification, the housing crisis. We hear this often, but this proposal is a purpose-built student rental building. It is not family housing. It is not ownership housing. And there is no evidence presented that it addresses a demonstrated shortage in student accommodation, particularly when the university itself has indicated no significant enrollment growth and is not partnering with this developer. Meanwhile, council has already approved approximately 180,000 residential units that remain unbuilt along avenues where growth is intended. So the issue is not zoning, the issue is delivery. Continuing to approve developments that are not contextually appropriate simply under the banner of housing does not solve that problem. I also want to speak to the community consultation. At the meeting held, and the developer's representative, there was a near full house of residents. And they were not divided, they were not uncertain, they were overwhelmingly opposed. And their concerns were clear and consistent, as Councillor Shan has stated. Lack of adequate parking, destruction of the existing tree canopy, and significant shadowing impacts. These are not abstract planning concepts, they are real, daily quality of life issues. In closing, this proposal is not a modest evolution of the neighborhood, it is a fundamental departure from it. It relies on misapplied policy, unsupported assumptions, and impacts that are understated or ignored. It disregards clear community input, and it sets a precedent that will be very difficult to contain. I urge you to reject this application.
Thanks, Joy. I'm pretty much right on time. Questions of the deputy? Councillor Shan?
Thank you. Thank you, Joy, for your delegation, deputation today. I just wanted to ask you, the previous speaker, Darrell, had a great point around infrastructure availability and development and so on. So this is building to a lot of the future possibilities. What is the strain as the neighborhood association you see already in the neighborhood around some of the infrastructure pieces as these developments come up?
Concern around infrastructure, well, we have a secondary plan for a reason, and that is to keep the Highland Creek community not necessarily as is. We don't mind the growth, we don't mind those pieces, but we have issues with roads, the infrastructure. We've got parking issues. We know that there are no minimal parking. So what we have now is we've already got vehicles that are on these other streets parking because there's nowhere to park. This will make it much more difficult. We don't have the roadway structure. We've got the large units built at the bottom of Military Trail, and we don't have any road work infrastructure to facilitate all of that. There is the underground water. That is a consistent concern. We've got houses that have a sump pump that works 24/7. So what happens when you start building more infrastructure? What happens to the land that we are living on. So there's the tree canopy. There are an awful lot of trees that are being set up for destruction to allow for severance of properties, to allow for multiplexes. All of these pieces are outside the values of the community, and they don't fit within how Highland Creek has been set up as based on the secondary plan.
Thank you. I have one more question. You mentioned.
Sorry, folks, just as a point of order, I know people have this is a very emotional issue for the community. I have the ward on the other side of the street, but our procedural bylaw, you're not really supposed to clap. So if we could refrain from the clapping, I'd appreciate it. During the Rob Ford years, we got around that. Everybody waved their hands, so hand waving is allowed, but clapping is, thank you. Sorry to interrupt, Councillor.
That's all right. You mentioned that the association has heard that in the past, staff confirm that the secondary plan supersedes the avenue policy. Can you elaborate on where that happened and what context that was shared with you?
It was, it's online. It was February, Council 2025, Jennifer McKelvey. I believe specifically asked 3 times about avenues versus secondary plan, and was confirmed by city staff that the secondary plan supersedes the avenues. So that would mean that Ellesmere is not considered an avenue in this context. So that was confirmed multiple times. It is online that you can view it.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Shan.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Thompson?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for your presentation, ma'am. What type of development should be at this location?
Well, that's a really good question. Our secondary plan really allows for the homing. So there is, I believe, 4 plexes would be allowed through the city planning, but that would be the maximum that would be allowed. But again, that would have to be taking into account the tree canopy. There are some massive trees on that property. So I believe that the Highland Creek community would have issues with anything that is going to take that down for anything bigger than the single dwelling. That is what's in the secondary plan.
Fair enough. Thank you very much for that. I really wanted to elicit from you a response which you have given me, basically saying there are challenges to this particular site, and whether or not it's a 4-plex, 6-plex, I don't think is approved for that.
That is not allowed. No.
Councillor Mars there is.
No.
It's being prototype and so on.
No 6-plexes.
Yeah. So I really just wanted to have your sort of opinion on responding, because some will say the deputants in the community are focusing on NIMBYism and so on and want no type of development, but that's not actually what you're saying.
Correct.
You're saying that this is not in keeping with respect to the community in terms of its tradition, the built of the community, and this is certainly out of place. I mean, it's a
Correct.
monstrosity of a building, quite frankly. That's what I see.
Well, it is, and it's not necessary. It is a rental. It doesn't solve any of the issues that we have in the city.
Right, and so I was going to get there. Now you actually
Sorry.
had me. No, that's fine, because we have obviously in Scarborough there are 22,000 people waiting for RGI or rent gear to income, for example. And in fact, my office has just done some math in terms of looking at the housing needs. The way in the amount that we're building now to meet our 12,000 goal in Scarborough, we've done 250. You could actually wait for 77 years to get housing. So that means you could be born and basically pass away without actually getting housing. You are in favor of supportive housing that's actually constructed and built area specific that actually is warranted.
Of course, growth within the community that fits within the community, we are all for.
Right.
But, you know, we work against things like the tree canopy, where there are guidelines around that. So we work with that as well, but we are not against growth that fits within the secondary plan, fits within the context of our community, and doesn't destroy other things in the process.
Right, and so my final question for you would be, what would be your concern if this matter went to the OLT, for example, which takes it out of our hands, take it out of the community's hands, and then to a body, a quasi-judicial body that actually has no real consideration, at least as my words, for the community's interest. They're simply looking at, obviously, verbiage on paper that allows them to make their decision. How do we kind of right-size that piece of it, and your leadership on behalf of a community and the community as a whole, how do we right-size that with respect to the application?
Yeah, that's a great question. We would prefer it not to go to OLT. There's no ability for us to provide our case. There is no back and forth, and I believe the majority of everything that goes to OLT is passed. In fact, Committee of Adjustments, we've had people that want COA to decline because they want to go to OLT because it's easier. So I think there is a disconnect there that needs to be corrected, where people prefer to go to OLT as to talk to this area. That is all kinds of wrong to me. So our preference would not be to go to OLT. So again, I think that if we can keep it within the secondary plan, this property isn't close to that, right? 11 stories is nowhere near, like, we're not allowed that. So I don't know how to manage those two together and prevent it from going to OLT. I would prefer it not to, but I don't have an answer for how that's gonna work when the developer has made concessions, which is great, but the concession is instead of 12 stories, it's 11. You know, instead of one setback, okay, we'll give you a couple of extra meters. That's not what we are looking for. That is still well outside the guidelines.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Parsons. Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. You said in your deputation that there is no evidence that this housing is needed. What are you basing that on?
So I've been in meetings with UTSC. We asked them about student housing. We asked them about the growth of the students that are going to campus. In the next 5 years, there is no growth. Even after that, it is nominal. So confirmed by UTSC, there is no student housing requirement. They are building their own student housing. I'm not sure, they might have more on the go for student housing, so they are looking after that themselves. So they didn't see any need to have outside student housing.
And have you spoken to Centennial College?
No, I have not.
Okay. And in your conversation with University of Toronto Scarborough, did you ever have conversations with the Students' Union?
No.
No? Okay. And then I guess the final question is did University of Toronto Scarborough provide any sort of written confirmation that this was not needed? Or was it just a verbal conversation?
The representative for the developer did say that the UTSC was at the community engagement. That was Brent Duguid from UTSC, who verbally said, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, did not necessarily, it was not needed. He said that there was no partnership, nor was there any foreseeable partnership, and there was also no increase in the students. So I would have to go back to Brent to see exactly what he did say or meant to say at that. But that was the implication in front of a full house at that consultation.
Thank you. And just for my clarification, was that no increase in students due to the fact that the federal government has limited the number of foreign students, or you don't know?
No, actually, I do know. So the foreign students itself has little to no impact on UTSC.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Myers. I believe that is all the questioners, and that Joy is the last deputant. Thank you very much, Joy.
Thank you.
And we're taking it into committee for questions of staff. Questions of staff. Councillor Shan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff, I want to start with the question around the secondary plan and the avenue policy. Can you clarify how you see those two documents intersecting?
So, through the chair, the avenue identification does form part of MAP 2. The secondary plan means that it is not a corridor-wide and blanket permission underneath that designation from a land use perspective on the land use maps in Chapter 4. Each consideration of an application would be on a site-by-site basis, as is before you today. But the work, phase 2 of the avenue work, which would individually look on a corridor-wide basis, is underway, and I believe 2 wards have been completed. Ward 25 is in stage 3 of that process.
Thank you. When you say case by case, you know, when this proposal was being discussed, they often talked about the building opposite to it. And how much of existing buildings dictate what the next case by case? Because if it's done once, the worry is that with lack of infrastructure, if Ellesmere starts to intensify the similar way, it would increase the strain tremendously in the local community on number of public amenities.
So through the chair, in reviewing a case-by-case, application-by-application basis, it's reviewed against both the existing and planned context. As you pointed out, across the street, the student residence building is similar in scale. It's a meter or 2 shorter in height, but a similar mid-rise building. And the land use designation immediately across the street is institutional areas. We can't really speak to how those lands will develop. Bill 185 removed universities from council's purview under the Planning Act, so any plans that they have, they'll show us, but we can't necessarily influence or change. But this sort of context of Military Trail and Ellesmere is contextualized by larger mixed-use buildings. As you move further east, of course, it is primarily a residential low-density context.
Thank you. The type of tenants that will end up being in this building is not a consideration that you've used for this approval process. It's part of a later discussion. You've just looked at the physical part of is that right?
Through the chair, that's correct. The tenancy of the building, while contextual, is not secured in the zoning bylaw.
Okay, and it's not something that you will be able to use in your tools to refuse or approve an application?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Have you had conversations with UTSC? And it's a community. This actually looks like if it's built, it will look like it is part of their buildings. It's just located right in there. Has there been any communication, formal or informal, that's communicated to you what their challenges or support, if there is?
Through the chair, our staff meet bi-weekly with a project committee at U of T, which includes Mr. Duguid, as the deputant put up. There's no formal relationship between the university and this building. However, it's, I'll say, reflective of what we see around other post-secondary institutions. The downtown U of T campus, there have been a lot of rental buildings constructed that are tenanted by students because it's close to where they study. And by extraction, they would just be walking across the street to class, so they would need less vehicles and traffic generated. They would be walking, cycling to their classes.
Thank you. My next question is around infrastructure analysis that was talked about by Darrell, one of the deputants. Have we done a bit of a understanding of what the impact of this or possibly similar intensification will have on, we saw that we are seeing that on Kingston right now, potentially Ellesmere. Has that been done and looked at? The reason I ask this, I'll contextualize as we lead to the kind of the time limit, is that, in waterfront, LRT is being built possibly for a population that is going to be coming, whereas Scarborough has population, but we've had to struggle so many years to get a subway extension, and now let alone this LRT project that is not really seen as a priority for other levels of government. So are we building for something without having the context of how far, and so that infrastructure analysis is, have you done that with the current structure in addition to thinking about what the possibilities of future is?
Through the chair, and I'll try to be brief, and potentially my colleague, Mr. Khan, may be able to layer on an answer. So council has obviously last week made moves to advance the SCRT. There is an infrastructure review that's undertaken with every application on a case-by-case basis that takes into account background growth. We have a decent handle around the infrastructure necessary to grow the university to its aspired 35,000 students and 2,500 faculty. That's what the university wants to grow to. And the zoning bylaw in front of you, in principle, we understand where the pipes will drain and what the work is that needs to be done to confirm, and that is why the application is subject to a hold. So it will not proceed until that work is completed such that we are comfortable that there is enough capacity to advance the application.
Chair, I'll ask for extension maybe after other speakers have finished for another round of questions, if that's possible.
Okay, let's see how our colleagues do first. Councillor Myers?
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I guess maybe I'm not understanding something. So if there's a similar building that's being built by U of T of a similar scale and size, did it encounter a similar level of community concern?
Through the chair, you're testing my memory. This would have been in 2020. There were public meetings. There was a level of concern around scale, but dare I say, because it was a university project, a little bit more latitude was given to it, but there were deputants related to the size and scale of the building, I believe, at Community Council that day.
Okay, so this project then is sort of not setting any precedent. The precedent was already set by the initial project that University of Toronto went ahead.
Through the chair, it is a different land use designation across the street. So, and the avenue overlay was not in place at the time. So an institutional areas designation across the street on the university lands. These are neighborhoods designations that have been requested to be redesignated to mixed use under a new avenue overlay. So it's a different policy context that exists than in 2020.
So there's a different policy context, but the scale of the buildings are similar. If I was just to walk past both buildings, I wouldn't say, well, this is residential, this is institutional.
Through the chair, the scale of the building is similar. One is obviously clearly marked as a student residence.
Okay. And then regarding the provision for the hold, does the hold also include, so I see the proposal will intensify an underutilized site according to the avenue policy. Does it also include, the hold also include the Eglinton East LRT, or I guess now the Scarborough East Rapid Transit, and the Durham Scarborough Bus Rapid Transit lines?
And through the chair, the hold is for below grade infrastructure only.
Sorry?
Below grade infrastructure only, pipes and sewers.
Pipes and stuff. So would it not make sense then to have the hold extended to also include the SERT? I don't know what's happening with the Durham Bus Rapid Transit.
Hard for me to comment on the bus rapid transit. However, the hold for mobility is not recommended because from a transportation perspective, the review concluded that the network can accommodate the additional trips generated by the development.
The existing transit network?
The existing
bus?
Yeah,
bus.
the existing vehicle trips generated by the development as well as buses. There's approximately 20 or so buses that pass the site on a daily basis, plus Go and Durham service at the U of T Transit Plaza just around the corner.
Thank you. And then have you, staff, have conversations directly with University of Toronto Scarborough, Centennial College, and or the Students' Union at either school to sort of understand the need for student housing in this area? Through the chair, not recently, I would say, from a student perspective. Through the secondary plan process, the U of T Scarborough is currently developing a secondary plan, which is generally a governance document at this point, given our lack of planning act authority. But most post-secondary education institutions are large trip generators as it relates to faculty and students. People come from distance to campus. UTSC has expressed a desire to be less of a commuter campus. So more walking and cycling with their advocacy on their cycling work, their pedestrian networks, and of course their advocacy for transit through the SERT process. So would this proposal then be consistent with the vision of where UTSC sees itself going, less of a commuter campus, more of a campus where students are living on the campus as well as studying?
Yes, through the chair, that's generally correct. Again, they expressed a desire to grow to about 35,000 students in the next 20 years or so. There's a recently opened instructional building on Military Trail. The Medical Academy is under construction. Their parking lots are turning into buildings, so they need people to be a little closer by to attend those classes.
And when in your conversations with UTSC, did they, I think it was Joy, the last deputant, said that they believe that this was not needed? Is that consistent with your conversation?
Through the chair, it's hard for me to equate I know that the international student limit has slowed their growth projections, but they still do wish to grow, largely because the other campuses at U of T are pretty landlocked and have limited growth potential, and there is a lot of growth potential north of Ellesmere here.
And final question, have you had conversations, I guess, with Centennial College? Because I don't recall in this area any student housing for Centennial students. And do you know if the students of the expected medical campus, would they have adequate residents in this area based on what UTSC is currently building?
Through the chair, I believe the residence that is now built is an undergraduate residence only. The medical school will have a mix of graduate and undergraduate students. Centennial College, we haven't had a lot of conversations around this particular campus, more around the Markham Central Campus, just to the east of us here. There is a new building that is under construction and about to be completed at Morningside in Ellesmere that is geared towards students. I believe they even branded it the residence, which is 20-something stories and 300 units. So there's clearly a need for housing in the area, plus pressures put on the neighborhood from a multiplex, multi-tenant housing, which has been a long-standing issue in the neighborhood, trying to meet that housing need.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry, you're over. Yep, thank you. Councillor Thompson, questions of staff?
Thank you very much. Mr. Ventresca, set the table for me with respect to this matter if it is refused by this council in terms of the direction on the OLT consideration of this application. What are some of the areas where we are either negligent and or our policies does not support the development of this particular site, which is in keeping with respect to the application that's being proposed? It's a big table, by the way.
Through the chair, Councilor, I'll have to answer in general terms,
Sure,
and then maybe you can
fine.
follow up if that's okay.
Yeah.
So should the application not be successful, given that staff have recommended approval, the city solicitor would be defending council's refusal without the benefit of staff evidence. The city solicitor, and my colleague Mr. Peel can elaborate, would need to retain outside planning consultants to defend council's position.
If we can get them.
If they're available, yeah, or if somebody will take that position
Yeah.
as a professional planner.
Did you want to add anything?
Through the chair, no, my colleague has answered.
All right, so I just want to make sure I reset and right set this matter going to the OLT. Their process is simply to look at planning application and planning policies. Would I be correct with respect to that assessment?
Through the chair, so the Ontario Land Tribunal functions as a basic, what they call a hearing de novo. What that means is the tribunal will assess all of the evidence and apply the statutory tests under the Planning Act to the application and assess whether the application constitutes good planning.
So the community's position is largely weakened by, obviously, the steps that Mr. Ventresca has just stated, which is A, city staff are actually recommending this application. Firstly, could you answer that? There was a question there. I'm saying the committee's position is simply weakened largely because A, the staff is actually recommending this application. B, we have to ensure or find outside planning consultants who would be obviously refuting the staff's position, so they would be against. So we'd be paying as a city to have someone come to then basically oppose the recommendations of our staff. Would that be correct?
Through the chair, so what would happen in circumstances like what you've described?
Yeah.
I just want to be clear, City Council establishes the city's position on matters of appeal.
Sorry, maybe you can speak up so that everyone.
City Council, through its decisions, establishes the city's positions on an appeal.
Right.
The public record in circumstances like this would certainly include a positive recommendation from city staff.
Right.
The city solicitor, however, would marshal the evidence that it felt would be necessary to represent city council's instructions to oppose if that's in fact what the instructions were.
So, precedent setting, and given your expertise and our legal expertise, where does this particular application stand in terms of a line of, if you will, approval similar to this particular application that has been taken to the OLT where we've actually had or enjoyed success? Have we had much success?
So through the chair, perhaps I can answer generally. The question, I think, starts turning into the direction of providing legal advice, for which our recommendation is always that those discussions occur.
Yeah, so I'm not asking you to provide legal advice.
Generally speaking, however, the Ontario Land Tribunal is subject to the laws of Ontario with respect to procedural fairness, natural justice, and the like. It is a full hearing, and the city solicitor and the city, pardon me, on matters of appeal gets a full hearing, as does the applicant. I don't have numbers at the ready as to the outcomes, how often one side wins and one side loses.
Gotcha.
However, the city does win appeals before the Ontario Land Tribunal.
Good. Would the residents, particularly the Residents Association, would they have the ability to be part of the application in terms of the appeal?
So, through the chair, appeal rights under the Planning Act have been limited to a certain class of parties over the last number of years through legislative amendments. People may still participate in the tribunal process either as a party or as a participant. That is a standing different than appellant. It is a reduced standing.
Right. What I wanted to know, though, would this community group or organization, would they qualify to participate as part of the appeal should there be an appeal?
Subject, through the chair, subject to the residents group satisfying the tests under the Act, there is an opportunity.
And what are those tests for the residents?
Sorry, Councillor, if you can wrap up.
I know, I just wanted to get that information. Thank you.
So, under the Planning Act, parties must participate prior to a decision being made, either in writing or orally, as in a meeting such as this. And the tribunal must find reasonable grounds to add them as a party.
Fantastic. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Other questions of staff on this item? Sorry, Councillor, before we go to the second round.
Sure.
Councillor Mantis, do you have any questions? Nope. Councillor Candavel?
No.
Nope. Okay, thank you. So I have some questions. I'm trying to understand, so UTSC and Centennial College, UTSC in particular has a strategic plan for intensifying the area over the next 50 years. How does that mesh with our secondary plan and our vision for the area?
To you, they are currently, the university began a process with the city to update their land use vision through the creation of a secondary plan for their lands only. They currently form part of the Highland Creek secondary plan area. That was under review and was charging right along until legislatively our council's land use authority powers over the university was removed. There are still discussions about how to bring that document forward as it relates to governance. City streets will still traverse the campus lands. City services will still be required to make sure that water and wastewater can be handled, and the university has been a great partner through the years. But it is certainly an area of growth, even under the current secondary plan policies, juxtaposed against the Highland Creek secondary plan, which outside of the Highland Creek Village is not generally an area for high growth.
Okay. And what authority do we have? So if we look at their strat plan and their secondary plan, and their projections for what they do on the campus, what ability do we have to say to them, you don't have enough student housing in your plan?
Through the chair, post Bill 185, we have no authority. But through our conversations, there is a housing strategy that is being discussed about how they can meet some of the housing need. Every post-secondary campus has that pressure on its surrounding areas with student housing that is met in various ways, in some cases through higher density forms that are specifically marketed and geared to students, in other ways through lower density missing middle type permissions. Lived experience as a U of T student downtown, I lived in a multi-tenant house, I lived in a multiplex and a basement apartment through my student residence through my career at U of T.
Okay, and then when it comes to developers, so there's this developer that's clearly decided to market this building to student housing. There's another building that's going up right now at Manson Kingston Road that was, it's on the northwest corner. It was initially came in as condominium, and now they're clearly marketing to student housing. They've got the whole development wrapped in student housing banners and how close it is to the valley. What ability do we have to say to a developer yay or nay on how they market, like switching from a condominium to rental and then saying, hey, this is a great opportunity for student housing?
Through the chair, as a land use planning authority and as a land use planner, there's no influence on marketing, to use that word, or who the end user may be geared towards, in the same way that if it was a building geared towards older adults and seniors, but still an apartment without specific things that classify it as a different land use, we wouldn't be able to opine or transact on that matter. Part of the overall housing pressures, crisis has been thrown around quite a bit, is the fact that there is not enough housing for a full spectrum of folks who need housing in the city. That includes students, older adults, young families, and sort of traditional households. Multi-generational households is also a pressure, and it's sort of there are other builders who are building things and calling them student residences, which is a different category of land use.
Okay, and then up until a few years ago, so former Councillor McKelvey and I, we had a huge issue with illegal rooming houses. There were students a few years ago that unfortunately died in a fire. We've legalized rooming houses or multi-tenant housing citywide. Is there any data on the uptake on converting houses in this area to multi-tenant housing to accommodate students?
There is through the chair to you, there is a monitoring process. I'll be very careful, because the folks in the room are also very good at monitoring the ones that don't come through building permits. So our monitoring program is based on building permit applications, and we could get you data offline if need be. But even with the legalization and the licensing program, there are folks operating outside of those parameters to still create housing that would not meet the standards set out by council through its multi-tenant housing program.
Okay, all right, thank you. Sorry, Councillor Shan, you wanted a second round of questions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I asked a bit more general questions last time. I want to go into the actual proposal now. You were at the meeting where people had raised a few concerns, or not few, a lot of concerns, but I want to kind of mark the ones that are more related to the decision we have at hand. Questions about parking, shadow, privacy, water table, and setbacks. Maybe I'll just put those things together and ask, do you see that that changes have been made to the initial proposal sufficiently enough to address all of those concerns?
Yeah, through the chair. So as detailed in the staff report and through the applicant who just spoke earlier, a number of revisions were made to lessen the impact and to result in a building that is more appropriately scaled in relation to the existing context. Privacy was already touched upon by Mr. Testaguzza already with regards to the lack of balconies, the ground floor. I think the loading activities have been flagged previously. The loading activities are contained within a cantilever level that is concealed from that property to the east, just over 13 meters from the eastern property line with a door, and there are supporting columns. So a lot of those activities are concealed from that neighboring property. In terms of shadow impact, again, that was spoken to, but staff have concluded that the shadow is adequately mitigated on the properties, especially within the hours of 9:18 to 2:18 p.m., where the majority of the shadow actually falls on the public realm on Ellesmere Road. And then it's just a couple of hours in the later afternoon where the shadows is cast on the eastern properties within the neighbourhood. And that is considered to still meet the intent of the official plan policies related to shadow impact.
Just on the water table, I know they had submitted a report. Has due diligence been made within our own city staff engineering to make sure that that's sufficient?
And through the chair, I can begin to answer. I can pass it to my colleague, Mr. Khan, to expand. So through the requirements of a complete application, a hydrogeological study is required to be submitted by the applicant's certified engineer. For the purposes of the development should be certified as watertight and can be adequately serviced, and that has been certified through the submitted studies. And as mentioned, one level of underground, and Mr. Khan can speak to this further, has been certified not to disrupt the water table. There is no long-term dewatering that is required as per the reports. Short-term watering will be dealt with at the site plan stage should the application be approved. Did you want to add anything?
Thanks, Catherine. Through the chair, city policy requires that no groundwater need to be discharged in the city sewers, and that the applicant has proposed. They will be building a bathtub foundation, what they call, where there will be no discharge into the city sewers. And that is what we are governed with. If someone, a hydrogeologist or the engineer demonstrate to us that they will not be discharging and the building can be designed watertight, our policies accept that.
Thank you. One last question. I know this decision is not based on who the tenants are, but we had a lot of conversations about students and you know, how they're going to get their growth and so on. There is a building that is coming on the other side of Morningside, 1650 Military Trail, I think, that's being built. That is actually marketed as towards students as well. Is that that's not the one I think Councillor Ainsley was talking about? This is on Monell Court, closer to Monell Court area, I think. Was that application here? I wasn't here at the time, as also pitching as a student housing.
Through the chair, there was no mention of tenancy, and I believe in both those cases the intention is to, or in that case particular, the intention is to condominiumize, which means any student resident in that building would either own the unit or be renting that unit from an owner.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful to know what else is being built in the context. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Shen. Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, just clarification. In the current secondary plan, is this type of residence permitted?
Through the chair, no.
And when there's a conflict, I guess, between the two, what should prevail? Between the avenues policy and the secondary plan, what prevails?
Through the chair, the secondary plan would prevail if there was no application to amend the official plan. So the request to amend the official plan is a request to amend the secondary plan and the official plan to permit the proposed development.
So here, the request is also to amend the secondary plan.
Through the chair, that's correct. The recommendation before you is to add a site and area specific policy to provide for the development.
And the secondary plan, was that done in conjunction with the surrounding community?
through the chair, predates my time in Scarborough, but it was done, particularly the Highland Creek Village component of the secondary plan, which does provide for more mixed-use intensification. That was certainly done with a very robust community process. Was adopted by council with amendments. Those amendments were appealed to the OLT, and in some cases, or sorry, the OMB at the time, and in some cases they were returned to the original staff recommendations.
And when was that, roughly? How long ago?
Through the chair, I want to say 2012, 2013, in that range.
Okay, so not so long, but not that long.
Through the chair, the planning horizon is usually about 20 years.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, other questions of staff on this item? You're good. Seeing none. Can I just ask, so the Harmony Commons, I think it's called, at University of Toronto on the north side of Ellesmere, that was approved and went through the same process we're going through today. We're looking at this application now. There's another one at, I think, soon coming, or southwest corner of Collins Road in Ellesmere. What impact does the approving of the Harmony Commons application have on the surrounding community?
For clarification through the chair, the southeast corner of Conlins and Ellesmere was appealed and approved by the OLT. Southwest corner, sorry, thank you, southwest corner. That's the plaza that has been rezoned for stacked townhouse, 4-story stacked townhouse development, about 15 stories.
Oh, okay, sorry.
15 meters, sorry, 15 meters.
We have
not
enough
15
trouble with
stories.
my own word without
Thank
keeping
you.
track of others.
So as I was relaying to, I believe it was questions from Councillor Myers, the built context does form, and the emerging planned context does form part of the consideration when reviewing an application on a site-by-site basis. The developments further to the east as you move along Ellesmere are entirely low scale. There's the plaza site, which has been upzoned for a more intense use for stacked townhouses. But the university, this node that's emerging under Military Trail and Ellesmere is a higher density context, both from a planning context with the institutional areas designation and an emerging built context. So Harmony Commons, Highland Hall, which is the instructional building at the corner of Military Trail and Ellesmere, are taller, denser buildings than what currently exists on the south side of Ellesmere in the exact same location.
Okay, and this application that's before us today would fall within the context of that secondary plan, which within the secondary plan would be considered a suitable project on Ellesmere?
Through the chair, the secondary plan would require amendment to facilitate this project, but the physical context surrounding the site we see as appropriate for the scale of building.
Okay, and if this ended up at the OLT, they would look at how wide an area would they generally look at when they're looking? Because I only ask because there's Mornell Court that has very tall buildings. 3050 Ellesmere has it has a 16-story going up. There's a condo at 3050.
Through the chair, as my colleague Mr. Peel noted, it's a de novo hearing, so evidence would be presented that does look at the area context. So you've rightly identified the Mornell Court, the cluster of apartments that are there, including a new one under construction. When you look at the university buildings, you see buildings of 24 to 35 meters tall. This building is 36 meters tall, and they would also examine the built form policies of the official plan related to this type of use, which is generally no taller than the right-of-way. And Ellesmere is a planned 36-meter right-of-way. This is a 36-meter tall building.
Okay, and then my last question, I just want to ask around, so planning transportation for the area, like the goal of the city is to have an LRT built through this area. Metrolinx talks about BRT from the Scarborough Town Center along Ellesmere to the Oshawa Center. When we're looking at applications, how do we look at that component in terms of what a developer is coming or bringing forward?
So through the chair, Ellesmere is designated as a transit corridor expansion opportunity. So there are policies that relate to how we would treat development along those corridors. We protect for the infrastructure So the applicant referenced a road widening that we would be taking to ensure that the Durham-Scarborough bus rapid transit, which the environmental assessment is complete and is under construction in Durham region, but not yet funded or for construction in Scarborough, make sure that can be implemented. One of the deputants, I believe, mentioned the transit station areas policy. Should high order transit form stops in the future, that would change how the policies would treat this particular site, which could invite higher and denser development than is what is currently contemplated.
All right, okay, thank you. Those are my questions. We're on to speakers. Speakers on this item. Councillor Shan, your ward, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a motion to move. So this has been it's been an important conversation. I think we've struggled with making sure students have safe housing, and part of the legalization of the multi-tenant housing structure to make sure that our students aren't living in unsafe conditions and their properties are managed and so on. So I think there is definitely need for student housing, but I also hear not a significant outcry about it from UTSC. And I think one of the key factors in this conversation is there's not been a strong opposition from University of Toronto Scarborough campus, but also there's not been a strong support saying that there is a need. And I think there's a lot more to be understood as to what is needed here. But I think I want to also thank the developer for taking some of the concerns that were raised at the community meeting and making sure some of those things were addressed around the height of the shadow part of the build, the setbacks and parking changes and so on. But I think for me, the three major concerns are one is around infrastructure pressures, particularly around transportation in that area, and we don't have rapid transit connection yet to UTSC, and already students are struggling to get there. And if you go to that intersection and see how hard it's for students to cross that intersection, that itself is an indication of how. And so if this was built and further intensification happened around residents in that area, if it's meant for student housing and didn't turn out to be, there'll be concern as well. I do think that it's important for us to also look at parking issues and continuously try to make sure that our methods of intensification is aligned with transit modes and methods that many of our communities rely on at this time in the absence of a dedicated rapid transit structure, including a structure that is fully funded. Right now we are talking about structures that are not under, like Scarborough East LRT, the provincial government has said that it's not their priority at this time. We need to make it a priority, but it is not a priority right now. So I think looking at those and looking at all the concerns that the community has expressed, I do understand this will probably end up being going to another layer of process, but I do think at this point I'm not able to support the application moving forward, so I'm moving a motion to refuse.
Yeah, questions of the mover. Councillor Manthis.
Councillor Shan, I'm looking at this application, right? Like, I heard all the arguments, but it's 11 stories. If we refuse it, this will probably go to the OLT. And then who knows how tall this building will be that the developer will ask to build. So are we really willing to take that chance and refuse it now and get a building that will probably be a lot taller than 11 stories?
I am very comfortable making a decision based on what we have right now instead of what that hypothetical piece could be. You're very, very right. We don't have control once the process goes to another layer. But I do think based on the concerns we have had, I am comfortable not supporting it at this time, but I do understand that that's a concern that's not in our hand. If we make a decision that we are accountable to, we would be able to answer. We won't be able to make a decision depending on what a bad decision another level would make. So I'm comfortable with that right now, but I'll leave it to you.
Okay. All right.
Okay, other questions of the mover? Seeing none, I'm sorry, Councillor Shan, I'm gonna hold your motion down. We do need, there is a risk with your motion, with your refusal, the developer proponent could take it to the OLT. We need to have some wording within your motion. If you could talk to the clerk about direction to the OLT.
Thank you. I would be happy to add those. Yeah, I can move the additional, I was going to do this at the council by holding the item to add the OLT instruction, but I can do it now.
Yep,
Do it now, yeah.
Okay, so there's your motion on the screen. Any further questions of the mover? Seeing none, further speakers on this item? Councillor Myers?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I'm struggling with this one in that I'm hearing the residents, I'm hearing the staff, I'm hearing the questions from my colleagues, I'm hearing the applicant, and I don't know what the right move here is, because I also share Councillor Mantis's concerns that if this goes to the OLT, you will be looking at potentially a much larger development. And from the conversation that I've been hearing, I believe that this applicant has been working with the community to try to resolve some of the issues. I'm also considering the fact that there was a secondary plan that was developed in consultation with the community. It had significant community input and buy-in, and to approve a development outside of that sort of planning framework would alter the trust that the community has in the process, in that if they participate, if they make the appropriate compromises and they get to a place where everyone can live, that those sort of trade-offs and processes are meaningless when someone just comes in with a development to sort of say, you know, we want to do something completely different. So I'm struggling with this one. I hear my colleague, Councillor Shan, he obviously knows the area, he's been listening to the concerns, and I will reluctantly be supporting his proposal. I think, though, that this potentially could end up leaving a bigger impact in the community than what is currently before us. And I would just urge my colleague strongly to consider all the ramifications for that. I heard his point on, you know, we can't make decisions based on what another order of government will do, but unfortunately that's the reality that we govern in. And we have to make those types of decisions all the time. And with that, I will pass it on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Myers. Councillor Thompson?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, through you. I too struggle with this application and the decision. I respect the members of the community who have come out to speak with respect to your strong opposition. I think it's pretty clear, though, that going forward to the OLT, the community will actually lose. I want to make that clear. Based on everything that I know, based on the whole experience with the OLT, the community will lose. And I think you should be expecting that decision, which certainly is not something that we want for you. I just think it's really important for me to be clear to you what my thoughts are based on looking at all the information, based on the experience and the expertise of our professional planning team, our legal staff, and so on. That being said, though, just because it appears that you may lose doesn't mean that you don't fight for what is in the best interest of the community based on your views. I don't live there. I don't have the experience that the local councillor does. And so I'm going to be supporting his motion, but I support it reluctantly based on everything else. When you factor all of it and you weigh the scale, as Mr. Brown has made a presentation using the scale, and Mr. Brown, that was quite effective, so thank you for that. I think it's an unfortunate situation, and as been stated, we have all of these different layers of decision-making. More times than not, people think that the body of council is a final arbiter of decision-making. It's not, unfortunately. The OLT is not a government body, but it is a body that is a quasi-judicial body that makes decisions that has impact. It's unfortunate, but also when you assess all of the surrounding areas and the matters as it relates to University of Toronto has a similar building across the street, you know, I think it's be hard-pressed for me to envision a decision from the OLT that would be supportive of the community. Not that I don't want it for you, but quite frankly, based on everything else, I think it's really important for me to clear my conscience to tell you that in as much as you're fighting for this because you justly believe that this is the wrong decision, wrong building at this particular location at this time, the evidence doesn't really support that. And so the local councillor is making a move. I'm going to support him because he believes that this is the best interest for the community. And so we will leave it at that, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Other speakers on this item? Councillor Candavel?
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. A similar sentiment. I'll be supporting Councillor Shan's motion. He does know the community, and I think the argument presented by Councillor Shan and members of the audience of the community spoke that there's this uncomfortable tension between an existing secondary plan and now what is before us as an official plan amendment bears weight. In my ward, maybe this point last year, we refused an application, a 12-story on Kingston Road, and we were successful at OLT. And of course, as my colleagues have alluded to, that is not always the case, but it is, as Councillor Thompson mentioned, the opportunity for the council and our representatives to fight this presentation. And I think the arguments put forth by Councillor Shan reflect the community that he knows well. So I'll be supporting his motion.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Shan. Any other speakers? Councillor Mansis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be supporting Councillor Shan's motion, only because of the reasons that I said before, that the chance of going to the OLT and having this application be a lot larger in density than what it is now, I don't think is the right move. I understand the argument of denying the application, but the risk, I believe, that going to the OLT is a lot larger than the 11 stories that we have here right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mansis. I believe that's everybody. So I'm going to be supporting the refusal of this application, pretty much with the same sentiments of all my colleagues. With years of experience, and I want to thank our staff for all of the work that they've done on this application, trying to make sure it's the appropriate path forward. As a city councillor with the ward on the west side of Morningside Avenue, I've watched and grown up in this community. I've watched UTS prosper and grow. They have a strategic plan, a secondary plan for growing their campus over the next 50 years. I can remember Centennial College, where it is now at the Morningside campus, was a parking lot. There's a lot of growth in this community. We're looking at running an LRT through. That's a priority of City Council. That was reaffirmed last week. We just put more money into it. I know Metrolinx is determined to put a BRT across Ellesmere. We try and make sure the community has the right mix of housing. But I do hear the community. You have your concerns about it. One of my concerns in the community is student housing and not having enough student housing. I think we need to change some rules and regulations at the city because I clearly think that the University of Toronto and Centennial College, they get off the hook in a lot of ways around planning housing and having housing in the community. On my side of Morningside Avenue into the Seven Oaks community, I know there's a lot of illegal basement apartments, a lot of illegal multi-tenant housing. Just because we legalize multi-tenant housing under former Mayor Tory, just because you have an illegal rooming house or multi-tenant housing, you're under no obligation to go and get a license for it. I know that continues. I have buildings in my ward. On the other side of Morningside at Mornell Court, there's a condominium being built. I know that's being targeted for student housing now. I have a condominium beside it. When I first got elected, it was full of, it was a condominium, straight up. Like, when I knock on doors now, when I knocked on doors in the last election, I'd have a student that was either at Centennial College or U of T answering the door. When you look past them into the apartment or what should be a condominium, you don't see your standard condominium anymore. The large part of the units in that building, when you look over the shoulder of the person answering the door, you see mattresses on the floor because they've turned it into student housing. There's 4 or 5 kids living in what should be a 2 or a 1-bedroom condominium. So, you know, I definitely think that the university and the college have gotten off the hook around providing adequate housing. But I will also echo the comments of my colleagues from years of experience that there is a danger that the developer is going to take this to the Ontario Land Tribunal. They're going to ask to increase the height of the building. So it's always a risk. The other concern we always have now is that a few years ago, the provincial government took away what is called Section 37 and Section 42. Now, if you have a condominium or a building like this for community benefits, the money goes into a pot of money. Eventually, it's supposed to flow through the province back to City Hall. Instead of going directly to the Highland Creek community, Councillor Shan will have to fight for that money for community benefits. That's no longer tied. So the other risk of going to the Ontario Land Tribunal is that you'll get a taller building with more people in the neighborhood with less community benefits for the neighborhood. So I am going to support your councillor and support this, but there are a lot of risks going forward with this application if it goes to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Thank you. Okay, so we have Councillor Shan's motion. All in favor? Opposed? That motion carries. That's it. All right. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair.
Sorry, Councillor Thompson?
Mr. Chair, thank you. Mr. Chair, I wonder if we could just vary the agenda. We have a presentation, the new business item regarding the hub. The students have to leave. I don't know whether or not they have to get back to class or what they have to do, but they do have to leave within an appointed time. The next item, we have numerous speakers, which seems to suggest that they will take a fair amount of time that would actually create a challenge for the students. So I'm just wondering if the students could, if we could vary the agenda to have them give their presentation, we can have our questions and basically just deal with that item. It shouldn't take long.
Okay. So we've approved the agenda, so I need a vote to vary the agenda. All in favor of varying the agenda, here to the student presentation? Any opposed? Nope, and that carries. So folks, we're just, we've just varied the agenda to hear the last item. It's a presentation by a group of students. So we're gonna hear that, and then we'll go back to item number 2 on the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I tee it up? Whenever you
want to introduce them?
Yeah.
Yep, go right ahead.
Mr. Chair, thank you. We have been working on establishing a technology hub for Scarborough, and we have been working with a number of different organizations. The DMZ, which is out of TMU, along with community, the city, economic development, along with Centennial College. In that process, we were able to connect with North Pine, which is a philanthropic organization, foundation, led by John and Kathy Phillips, and they have indicated an interest in working with us on this. And so we have asked through communication with Neil Joshi, who is a program lead for the students at the University of Toronto, to help us, and they have actually done some work. I wanted them to present to the Community Council to set the table and sort of give the formation as to the process that we're going to go through in order to establish the AI Tech Hub, which will be located here in this building. We're looking at allocating about 3,000 square feet of space for this particular hub here in Scarborough. And it will be an opportunity for young people in Scarborough to be able to have greater access to not only training with respect to technology and so on, but being able to develop and learn through an AI entrepreneurial work program that will spirit the interests of Scarborough youth, and of course will involve all of us working in collaboration in establishing this particular process. So we'll just get the students started, and while they're setting up, I would just simply say that we were very fortunate in terms of the developing of this hub process, where the North Pine group came in to simply talk to us and have expressed an interest in helping us with respect to funding. The city has allocated recently $300,000 to be directed towards this development, and we have been sitting on about $1.3 million of Section 37 funds, which I've collected over the years for this particular initiative, Mr. Chair. And so as we move forward, it will be in the best interest of all residents in Scarborough, particularly youth between the ages of 18 to 30, who will actually have the opportunity to learn new skills and to create great opportunities for them to be able to develop their business and entrepreneurial acumen in order to create more opportunities here in Scarborough. So while they're setting up, I keep filling the air, Mr. Chair, trying to ensure that they're able to get set up and be structured and so on, in order to provide us with an overview as to what they have presented and so on. Madam Clerk, I thought we had the presentation already sent to you. I'm not sure what's happening with the staff, but they're actually working on it. Mr. Chair, maybe we'll just take a 5-minute break, I guess. Is that possible? They're almost done? Okay. And while they're doing that, Mr. Chair, I'm just thinking that our Scarborough youth will have great understanding in terms of how to improve the technology connection that we need always to make sure that we're moving ahead.
Are we having a compatibility tech issue?
Yes, we do.
We'll use this map.
Maybe we can just use a projector and use your slides and just show it from your slides, folks. Maggie, are you ready? Mr. Chair, see, there's augmented technology utilization. That's right. That's exactly what we're asking for. So this is perfect. Good, we can see it. You guys ready?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sunny. I'm here with my team, Aiden, Vincent, and Dami. So thank you, Councillor Thompson, to have us here. To get started, Scarborough is one of the fastest growing parts of the city, but young residents are actually trying to enter the workforce and navigating a system that isn't built for them. Not because programs doesn't exist, but because nothing connects. Today, we're proposing a solution that changes that, costs the city far less than building a new program, and is ready to move forward. Physically, the hub will be located at the Scarborough Civic Center, a trusted, accessible, and community-based location.
Okay, now the key question is, why is the hub, and why is it needed? To answer that, we grounded our approach in direct engagements in Scarborough. We conducted a survey, spoke with 13 youths at Scarborough Town Center, and had a focus group discussion with about 25 participants. Most of them came from low-income communities in Scarborough and faced significant barriers. We interviewed a government official. Across all the engagements, the findings were highly consistent. During the interview, one of the 19-year-old job seeker told us, just like most of the other interviews that we encountered, it feels confusing. I just don't know what is legit. Another youth told us that they were searching for part-time jobs, but they didn't know where to look at beyond social medias like LinkedIn or on Google. So people are trying, they just don't know where to go next. In our focus group, most of the participants told us they wanted careers in social services and leadership, but lack of clear directions, networks, and most importantly, clear pathways to get there. One of them said, it's hard when you don't have a mentor. We also heard from youth whose education pathways were disrupted during the COVID a couple years ago. Once young professional told us that COVID totally derailed their career for like 2 years. Nothing exists anymore, and which feels like starting over from scratch. She told us that the hardest part was that uncertainty of not knowing when stability would return. So the issue is not that Scarborough lacks of programs. When there's no what they need is not inspiration anymore, but more of a practical and media support structure that they can trust on. So when there's no coordination between education, training, and employment opportunities, people fall through the cracks. Besides, we have also interviewed a Ontario public sector hiring professional, and she told us that many of the current opportunities are concentrated in downtown Toronto, which can feel geographically and socially distant from Scarborough communities, and especially youth. So we need a stronger pathway directly in Scarborough, and here that we're proposing in the Scarborough Civic Center.
At its core, we are specifically targeting underserved youth in Scarborough who are actively trying to enter the workforce but are facing barriers along the path. These are not disengaged individuals. In fact, many are making efforts, applying for jobs and exploring programs, but the system is not supporting them in moving forward. Through the hub, we want to provide structure, clarity, and continuity so that people are not left navigating the fragmented services on their own. As an example,
I'll walk you through the 4 stages of a participant's experience in first-person perspective. Stage 1, entry and assessment, 0 to 3 months. I joined the hub with an interest in healthcare. My background, interests, and readiness are assessed. I'm guided into a suitable pathway while being connected with the right training partners. Stage 2, training and support, 3 to 6 months. I'm enrolled in the training program, and the hub supports me in staying on track and helps me overcome barriers. Stage 3, progression and transition, 6 to 12 months. My progress is monitored, and I receive support with applications. I'm guided towards internship, placements, and more advanced training opportunities. Stage 4, employment's outcome, 12 to 24 months. I'm transitioned into a healthcare job. My outcomes are tracked, including costs per successful placements. Periodically, I receive check-in calls from the hub.
So here's our hub model. First, The hub offers centralized intake system. This is a preliminary step to differentiate participants based on their background, interests, barriers, and level of readiness. Based on the assessment results, participants are assigned into different pathways. Second, the progression management and tracking. The hub actually manages participants' flow across stages. This includes application support, navigation, advising, follow-up, and re-engagement. The goal is very simple. No one falls off the path without being noticed. Third, the hub connects participants with employers and training programs. On the program side, it defines shared progression criteria and aligns expectations between stages. For example, if a pre-incubator, like DMZ, requires a validated business idea, upstream programs are adjusted to include idea development and validation support. On the employer side, the hub works directly with employers to understand hiring demand, role requirements, and entry-level accessibility. Then the hub translates these requirements to the participants. Finally, the hub can use data from different programs across the system to identify bottlenecks, figure out the root causes of drop-off, and adjust our program design accordingly. This creates a feedback loop, from data to insights to interventions, and finally to improved outcome. We are recommending where the city helps launch the hub, but does not directly run it. The city's role is to provide initial funding with no ongoing operational obligation, space support, and help bring partners to the table. Day-to-day operations would be led by an independent executive director and an operations team. We also recommend a community advisory board that includes representatives of Scarborough residents, youth, nonprofits, employers, and educational institutions, so that decisions can stay grounded in what the community actually needs. The model relies on delivery partners as well. They can provide specialized expertise support. For example, DMZ can support later stage entrepreneurship pathways. Protexa can provide AI training. Centennial College can offer industry-aligned training programs in areas such as business, technology, and applied trades. This also helps prevent duplication. Right now, there are many people who already applied multiple programs at the same time without knowing which one is the right fit. The hub can act as a centralized intake and navigation system to help ensure resources are distributed efficiently.
At the end of the day, the delivery of the hub model itself is not sufficient for our definition of success. Rather, our goal is to observe actual life improvements for people in Scarborough. At the individual level, we want to see people move into real opportunities and progress through the system. We will track these outcomes using pipeline and progression indicators such as participation rates, transition rates, and drop-off rates. As a baseline, for example, we want to target transition metrics of around 60 to 70% in the short term. Intermediately, readiness is a key indicator. For us, progression alone is not enough if people are moving forward without being prepared. As such, stage entry requirements, improvements in technical skills, business readiness, and confidence over time are all important trackers to level up people's business acumen. At a macro level, for wider economic impact, this helps build a stronger local workforce. Across the board, from healthcare to retail, this hub connects local talents to opportunities that already exist in Scarborough. The impact goes way beyond just jobs. Where young people have clear pathways to stable income, families can become more financially able, communities can become safer, and Scarborough can become stronger over time.
At a high level, we propose an initial 60-40 allocation. Approximately 60% supports the hub as the coordination infrastructure, including one-time setup costs. The remaining 40% is deployed through partners to deliver pathway-specific support. We also structure the investment across 4 stages. First, we establish the hub, finalize intakes and pathway designs, and align core partners. Then we onboard the first cohort of 100 to 150 participants. Next, we track progressions and identify drop-off points across stages. Funding at this point becomes more performance-oriented. Last but not least, funding is tied directly to outcomes, including employments, training progressions, and entrepreneurship entry. We also recommend tracking costs per successful outcome.
In closing, Scarborough does not lack talent, it lacks clear pathways. The proposal helps ensure that as Scarborough grows, its residents grow with it. Thank you. Welcome your questions.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate the presentation. Councillor Thompson, did you have questions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I wonder if you could all introduce yourselves. I know we had some technology issues at the start, but you didn't take a moment to introduce yourself. So I wonder if you could do that for me, please.
So hi everyone, my name is Mingge. You can call me Sunny. I'm the team lead for this group project. I'm graduating, just graduating from University of Toronto. I'm really honored to be here.
Hi everyone, my name is Aiden. I'm also a fourth year, and I was in charge of the research and analysis portion of the project.
Hi everyone, I'm Dami, and I'm mostly responsible for the fieldworks and the in-person interviews.
Hi everyone, my name is Vincent. I'm the communication officer of the group, and I also conducted field works, including those that in the Scarborough Town Center and interviews.
So you packed a lot in here, and we have a limited amount of time and so on. But from what I'm gathering from your analysis and your work, there is a need for this type of initiative here in Scarborough. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes.
And you have actually gone out and actually you have done some research consultation with young people
Yes.
in the heart of Scarborough at the Scarborough Town Center.
Yes, especially that
Just speak into the mic, please.
Oh, yes. Sorry, basically all the results, all the interviews that we conducted, the results were pretty consistent. Like everyone was saying that they've never heard of similar programs, or even they heard of it, but they just never had a chance to go into programs like this. So, which I think, like in general, we have a programs that is led by the city, and then also that has other stakeholders interact with it, will be pretty helpful for those youth, especially those that they wanted to have a chance to do it, but never had the ability to do it.
Thank you for that. And so we're partnering with DMZ, which has set up hubs around the world, which is part of TMU. We're also going to have Centennial College, which is part of our ecosystem here. Protexa, which is a company that's focusing on AI and cyber training, that's going to take place. Additionally, the City of Toronto's Economic Development Department will also be part of the structure. So my question to you, based on that, and others could play a role, of course, we heard all University of Toronto, but the foundation and the principles that are actually established, this is an earmark towards success based on the work that you've done. Would you agree? Yes or no will be fine.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
So basically what I was saying is that you have all of these partners who have defined credibility, and they work around the globe. They're coming to participate and help us to establish this foundation here in Scarborough, and will work with our young people here. I'm asking whether or not you think that is a formula for success, as opposed to blindly going and establish something without the structure.
Yes, I would definitely think that as a yes, because like we had in the presentation, all the programs like, let's say DMZ or other like Protexa, when we were conducting our research, we had see on their website that Protexa, they already had like similar programs that designed for for youth population, but it was just never been implemented into a specific group, or they wanted people to get involved, but they never had any efforts that specifically go into the community or into the population.
Gotcha.
So like right now we have the chance to actually implement it to their programs into a coordinated structure that the community can actually participate.
And the model is structured to be able to have the intake, a process that these young people will go through, because at the end of the day, it's about the outcome and the opportunity for these young people. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Other questions on this? Seeing none. Councillor Thompson, do you want to speak briefly?
Yeah, just briefly, Mr. Chair. I actually have a motion that we will receive the presentation. I want to thank the students and I also thank Neil Joshi from North Pine Foundation for bringing the students in. It was just an accidental situation in which we made the connection because we were already down the road in terms of wanting to do this work. This is years and years and years of work that have come to this particular point, and also saving significant amount of funds to be able to establish this. You go around the globe, you see many other countries and cities having initiatives of this nature to help their young people. It was always a goal of mine to be able to establish this right here in Scarborough. And my colleagues, I wanted to bring this forward because we're almost at that point where we will actually launch in September. I wanted to have the ability to bring this information here today so that my colleagues, because we're all involved in this in terms of advancing this opportunity for Scarborough and all Scarborough residents. We want to build a model of success. We want to establish and ensure the full processes are in place, not only simply to bring the young people in, but to ensure we don't amputate their desire, their growth. We have lots of talented young people here in Scarborough, and we really need to create the vehicle, the on-ramp to opportunities for them. This is really what this is all about. We're going to use our city facilities. We're going to be able to collaborate with respect to external partnership, hopefully with respect to North Pine, but also Neil Joshi and his expertise. He's an outstanding person from Scarborough who has developed a reputation of being able to be successful. So what we've actually done, we've aligned ourselves with outside partners who have successfully developed programs and initiatives around the globe for us right here in Scarborough. And this strategy is to ensure the success of all of our young people and to have something that will be sustainable beyond our term here in office, so that these young people will actually have the opportunity to be able to develop apps, to be able to develop varying programs, to be able to respond to technological needs, and to be able to work in areas like health sciences, transportation, government, and all of these particular areas of focus, but focusing on what we see in Silicon Valley and other places where we provide opportunity, they provide opportunity for young people. Those young people have launched companies. We see that as well. One of the other pieces that I want to build into this is that we're going to work with large and small Scarborough businesses, so we create opportunities when these young people have developed technology, have developed expertise, that they have an opportunity to be able to get a job or to develop, but also to be able to continue to be trained. And so I'm really excited about this for all of us, for all of the young people. It's been a long time coming, and I also want to thank North Pine Foundation for their interest in wanting to support us. They were adamant that if they supported us, it's about outcome. It's about simply ensuring that if people go through this process, they're going to have opportunities. We see too many programs that are established where the program provides some training, but there's no other option for these people that are involved in these particular programs. This is not that. This is an opportunity to be able to help and expand the education, expand the knowledge and the awareness through the relationship with DMZ, Protexas, Centennial College, Economic Development, and the board, the advisory board that we will establish, will be key individuals with certain expertise to help to not only ensure the sustainability of the hub, but also to create opportunities for all of our young people so that we will be richly rewarded by them when we see them doing great things. We don't see them going to jail. We don't see them getting arrested. We don't see them in nefarious activities and so on and so forth where we don't want them to be. We will see the success. The model that we're building here is Scarborough made with respect to a global connection to ensure the richness, to ensure that our young people have access to opportunity, to be able to grow, both their personal growth, social growth, and their professional growth and so on. So, Mr. Chair, I'm really excited about this. We will be back at some point to finalize how we're rolling this out. Much work is actually being done. I want to thank everybody for the collaboration that's actually taking place, and I look forward to working to ensure the success of our young people and this will be a global reach for them. It's not just what they will do here in Scarborough, but it is what they will do globally, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Other speakers on this item? Seeing none, so we have a motion to receive it.
Chair Inslee,
Sorry, Councillor Canavale?
Yeah, no, just like to say a few comments.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and kudos to Councillor Thompson and the students here for presenting this opportunity that has tremendous value. And I think, you know, when we talk about Scarborough, all of us have tremendous pride in a lot of the you know, we recently had the Walk of Fame and variety of success stories across different areas. But one untold or undertold story is the Scarborough to Silicon Valley pipeline. We have an amazing number of graduates from Scarborough high schools that go on to tech programs. I studied at the University of Waterloo, and many of my Scarborough friends from across different high schools have gone into the US, sadly, and that's a bigger, different story, but the amount of tech talent coming out of Scarborough is remarkable. Two of my former students are at LinkedIn and Meta, doing really well. So this is something, in addition to our success in film, TV, and sports, of course, is also the amazing talent we produce in tech. And I want to commend everyone to this. And North Pine has been an incredible supporter of Scarborough, from healthcare to scholarships, as we saw at the Scarborough Walk of Fame. So very excited about this and looking forward to moving forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Canavale. So we have a motion before us to receive the item. All in favor? Sorry, can we have a recorded vote? Just recorded. We have a recorded vote, Madam.
All those in favor to adopt the recommendation in Councillor Thompson's letter to receive the item: Councillor Thompson, Councillor Shan, Councillor Myers, Councillor Mantas, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Cantivale. That motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you very much. That was carried unanimously by Scarborough Community Council, and thank you for your presentation this morning, and looking forward to learning more about the hub. Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to go back to our agenda. We have a couple of quick items with single deputants that I think we can take care of before, so we don't have the staff for those items here when they don't need to be. So I'm going to take care of SC 31.4, 3000, 3004, 3008, 3012, and 3020, Kennedy Road, draft plan, a subdivision application. This is a decision report for final approval. We have one registered speaker, Chris Pereira from M. Bihar Planning and Design Limited.
Sorry, Chair, just a quick point of order. I just want to release, quick release.
Number 12?
Yeah, so the staff aren't here.
Okay. Councillor Myers is releasing SC 31.12, Metrolinx, Scarborough Subway Extension, temporary traffic modifications on public highway dedications, Kennedy Station connection, emergency exit, building 3, and Scarborough Center Station in wards 20, 21, 23, and 24. All in favor? And that carries. Mr. Pereira, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of council. My name is Chris Pereira. I am the principal of M. Bihar Planning Design Limited. We are the planning and urban design consultants for the owner. The application before you today is for a draft plan of subdivision approval. We have worked closely with staff to resolve several technical details pertaining to the new east-west public road and a number of other technical items which this application covers. So just a bit of background flavor. On June 27th of 2024, City Council approved bylaw 711-2024, which approved a maximum of 171 units. These were organized around 9 stacked townhouse blocks of 3 stories and 3 stories of height for the site. So in order to implement that approval, the plan of subdivision application before council today seeks to do 3 things. And the plan of subdivision itself can be very clearly viewed on attachment 3 of the staff report. I think it shows it very clearly exactly what this application is seeking to do here today. So the first part of what the application is seeking to do, the main part really, is to delineate an east-west public road that would be a 20-meter right-of-way through the site in an east-west fashion. This would be an extension of Fort Dearborn Drive, which will eventually connect out to Kennedy Road. The second component of the application is also to delineate 2 future development blocks on the north and south sides of the public road. Those can be seen clearly on attachment 3. These areas will be subject to further application through plan of condo to delineate shared driveways, parking areas, landscape areas, and of course the condo blocks themselves. Should the application be approved, then we would move
Sorry,
through that.
Mr. Pereira. Sorry, with my deepest apologies. I'm missing some colleagues, and I can't continue the meeting until I have quorum. There's one.
Right.
All right. Mr. Pereira, you can continue. Sorry about that.
No problem at all, Mr. Chair. I'm almost done. As I was saying, the second component is really to delineate the 2 future development blocks on the north and south sides of each road, which will, should the application be approved, will be subject to further applications through plan of condo to delineate driveways, parking areas, landscape areas, and then one further application, which would be the final step, would be the site plan approval. So we believe that the proposal is consistent with the provincial planning statement. It also conforms to the official plan, as well as Section 5124 of the Planning Act, and that sets out criteria when considering draft plan of subdivision. We have reviewed the staff report and the recommendations contained therein, and we have no concerns. We have also reviewed the draft conditions themselves, and as they are standard, we have no concerns. I am available to answer any questions committee of council or staff, or residents may have. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Pereira. I appreciate your time. Questions of the deputant? Nope. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate your time this morning. Questions of staff on this item? Councillor Mantis?
Mr. Vendrosca, does the application meet all the requirements under your review?
Through the chair, the applications before you advise that acting under delegated authority, the executive director of development review, or their designate, in this case myself, will be proceeding towards approving the draft plan. There are some technical changes that will be necessary to facilitate final conditions, but otherwise we're in good shape on this.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other questions of staff on this item? Seeing none. Speakers on this item? Councillor Mantis?
I would just like to thank staff for all the work that they've done, and to the applicant that has come here today. Just going to be moving staff recommendations.
Okay, Councillor Mantis is moving staff recommendations on SC 31.4. All in favor? And that carries. Thank you very much. The next item we're going to deal with is SC 31.5, 3130 Danforth Avenue, zoning bylaw amendment application, decision report for final approval. We have 2 registered speakers. The first one is Mr. Eric Stark. Mr. Stark, you're online. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready to address Community Council.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think 5 minutes is enough. I wasn't really informed of the application that was submitted by the director until last Friday, and so there's so many issues here that I can't possibly go through everything. So the first thing that struck me was that the application was originally for 2 addresses, 3130 and 3150 Danforth Avenue, which created a lot of confusion for the people going to St. Dunstan Church, because St. Dunstan Church was also had that address as 3150 Danforth Avenue. So when I informed the powers that be that this was a conflict, the application was hurriedly changed to say that 3150 is not included. So the bottom line is, why why was it originally included? Why did the proponent suggest that 3150 belonged to them and that this application applies to that? So that needs to be cleared up. So I happen to live right behind this proposal where currently the beer store sits. I want to suggest that the beer store is a viable operation. It's important to the community. It's important for recycling, especially. I see tons of people bringing their recycling to this facility all the time. It would certainly be a loss if we lost that beer store. And where would people take their empties? The grocery stores don't want them because of fear of contamination for their food products. And the only other beer store that's nearby is also slated for redevelopment at the Golden Mile. So that's one issue. The environmental site assessments. I see that the report says that, as noted above, this preliminary Phase 2 ESA was not completed in full accordance with ODOT Regulation 153/04, and that they suggest that it needs to be completed. I see no evidence that the assessment was completed. It should be before the proposed amendment is passed. Shadow impacts. We live directly behind the beer store, and the proposed tower would be devastating for us. Access to the sun would be blocked for many hours in the day. Our fruit trees, our pear trees, cherry trees, raspberry bushes would likely no longer bear fruit, and it'd be hard for our vegetables to grow in the garden and our flowers. There's also a modular housing nearby that would be directly impacted at 11 Macy Avenue that houses previously homeless persons, many with addictions and mental health issues, that would be suffering significant shadowing. And also there's a park, Meadowlane Park, right across the street, where there's a playground that would be adversely affected by shadowing, especially in the afternoons, where school kids would come out of school, and many parents would want to take their kids to enjoy the playground in the sunshine. That would be severely impacted. Okay, I have to check how much time I got left.
Sorry, Mr. Stark, I need you to wrap up, please.
Oh my goodness. There's tree preservation issues and so on and so forth. There's so many things I can't get done here. So I very strongly urge the councillors to defer this motion until it can be dealt with properly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Stark. Any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Stark. Appreciate your input this morning. The second registered deputant is Craig Ewins, Battery Planning and Management.
Morning,
Mr. Ewins. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. I have a presentation. I'm just, that. Thank you. While it's getting plugged in here, perhaps I'll address
no problem.
I'll address the address concern that was raised by the previous speaker.
Is your microphone on?
Yeah, I believe it is. Can you hear me, sir?
Yep.
Okay. Oh. There we go. Okay. Thank you for the patience. I will, let's go from here. Okay. So before I get into the presentation here, I'd like to address one of the comments that was made in the previous speaker about the address. Due to either a database issue or a clerical error well before we started the pre-application process with the city, the address 3150 appeared on several pieces of correspondence from us, from the city, on previous materials in the application. It wasn't raised as an issue until very recently, and we've taken all the steps we can to address that. We've gone out to the site and removed any reference to 3150 on all the zoning signs on the site. I note the staff have removed the address from any of the materials. I also note that what we submitted in terms of a zoning bylaw amendment draft includes only the beer store site at 3130 Danforth. And I understand that conversations with city legal were had as well to make sure there's no notice or statutory issues resulting from this. Anyway, my name is Greg Ewens. I'm here from Patory Planning and Management, representing the owners of this property, and we're proposing a 33-story rental apartment building, mixed-use building on the site, which is currently the home of the beer store. You can see the area is very well served by community facilities, by parks, by retail and other commercial spaces, as well as the Victoria Park subway station, which is a short walk to the north. It's in a protected major transit station area. This is an area intended by the city for growth. The site is a mixed-use areas designation. It's on an avenue. It's an area where growth is intended. And right now, I would submit that it's fairly underutilized as the existing beer store, one-story commercial building, and a large surface parking lot that you can see in the image above. What we're proposing is a 33-story building with 445 new apartment units in a range of sizes, 806 square meters of commercial space, about 150 vehicle parking spaces, 8 of which are located at the surface level, and just under 2,000 square meters of amenity space. Here's the ground floor. We've gone to great lengths to try and increase the commercial space on site to create opportunities for retailers of various sizes, including even the beer store if they wanted to come back to the site. So this was in direct response to comments from Councillor Candeville, the local community and planning staff. A couple of renderings of the project provides great opportunity, significant setbacks along all street frontages to animate Danforth, Macy, St. Dunstan, space for new street trees, to maintain existing trees, new green space, new pedestrian areas, new public pedestrian space. Here is the rear of the site. There's a proposed private vehicle access or lane along the back where vehicle access would be provided. Loading is provided, so we don't need loading or pickup off the streets. It's all contained within the site. As I said, there's also some short-term parking on the site as well. Here's another view of the streetscape, and you can see the church just to the east there in this frame as well. And the proposal well set back of the street, providing lots of space for street tree planting, commercial activity, pedestrian activity. The application is the result of a considerable amount of collaboration between city staff, between Councillor Candeville and your staff. We've made a number of changes that are reflected in the proposal before Community Council today, for which staff have drafted a supportive report. We've reduced the building height from 36 down to 33 stories. We've also adjusted the mechanical space on top of the building to reduce that even from the original application to try and diminish shadow on the park. Madeline Park as great as possible. We've increased the number of surface parking spaces and parking spaces overall. And we've also increased the ground floor commercial space, again, to respond to comments from the community and the councillor's office about creating vibrant retail space and an opportunity for lots of commercial on the site. Additionally, and this was highlighted by Parks and the councillor's office quite early in the process, and we're grateful for that, opportunities for off-site parkland acquisition. We continue to work with city staff and the councillor's office to identify lands which might be provided for off-site acquisition as part of this. And there's a recommendation in the staff report that reflects our efforts in that regard as they're intended to continue. But in summary, what we're proposing here, we believe, addresses a number of city and provincial objectives. This is an area where growth is intended, transit supportive growth. We're proposing a building which has been scaled, massed, and sited on the site to diminish impacts to the greatest degree possible while balancing the objectives to support this growth. We're trying to provide expanded communities or commercial space, expanded space on all street frontages, street improvements, improved landscaping. The building design references colors and materials from the local community, local buildings, and finally, we're continuing to work with the city on opportunities for off-site acquisition. Again, thank you to staff, and thank you to Councillor Candeville and your staff for working with us collaboratively on this, and thank you for your time today.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ewens. Questions of the deputant? Councillor Myers?
Thank you, Chair. Through you, so just a couple quick questions. Regarding the unit mix, there's 445 rental unit dwelling units. How many of those are affordable?
Right now, I'm not sure what the status of inclusionary zoning will be by the time the project moves forward, but as of right now, the CBC benefit, which would enable the affordable units, hasn't been determined yet. So in the current proposal, there aren't any specified affordable units, but we do have a CBC requirement that is so far not spoken for in terms of the community benefit it will deliver. It could be affordable units.
Thank you. And then I guess my second question is, I'm just looking at, there's 445 units, and then there's 137 parking spots, so roughly a third. Is the expectation that most people in the building will be using transit?
Yes, this aligns, well actually this greatly exceeds the city's requirements for parking in these areas. Also, the Planning Act does not require any parking in buildings in major transit station areas, as you may be aware, but we've undertaken a market exercise to determine what we feel is an appropriate amount of parking for the site, considering the walkability of the area and the nearby transit options. There's surface and subway transit options within close walking distance. So that's based on a analysis of what we feel the market requires here. That is 149 spaces, some of which are visitors, but the majority are for residents.
Thank you. And then final question, I note that there is 348 bicycle parking spaces proposed. Do you know if the city plans on putting in bike infrastructure in this area so that people can safely ride the bikes?
I believe there's a plan along Danforth regarding expanded bike infrastructure. I'm not sure of the status of that plan, and I am not aware of any improvements beyond the Danforth corridor. There may be things that have been proposed recently that we're not aware of yet.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Myers. Other questions of staff on this item? Oh, sorry, the deputant. My apologies. Councillor Candeville?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Ainsley. Just wanted to reconfirm with the deputant, Greg, thank you for working with us. And on the affordable housing question, you shared the recent provincial changes that took away that mandate. But for the clarity of our group here, there isn't anything stopping the applicant from proactively offering affordable housing as this mix, correct?
No, there is nothing in legislation that would prevent the applicant from providing affordable housing. And as I mentioned, the CBC contribution provides an opportunity to provide affordability in some of the units on site.
Thank you, and thank you for clarifying the address mistake. It clearly isn't substantial for the proceedings today. I was going to show that later on. On the shadowing, we've heard from many community members, just the shadows cast on the park, which is in a low-income area that is used by many in the community. For clarity with my colleagues, the shadowing impacts on the park between heavy use times 3 to 6 p.m. occur during the equinoxes, correct?
Yes, and the shadows are cast northeast from the building, which falls on a portion of Madeline Park later in the afternoon during the equinoxes, diminishing towards the middle of the summer, of course, but yes.
Mm-hmm. Those are the two questions. Thank you.
If I could add just a point on shadows, Councillor. One of the things we looked at in the past couple of months as we've been putting together the revised proposal is the impact of an as-of-right building on shadows. I'll just make two quick comments. Under the city's MTSA policies, this site, which allows 6 or greater FSI, would likely facilitate a building in the low 20-ish stories, the mid 20-ish stories, and there's no prescribed area where that tower could be. This is a fairly large site. We're proposing one tower on it, and we've deliberately moved that tower as far south and west as we possibly can in order to further limit shadows toward the northeast. As I said, we've brought the height down, and we've brought the mechanical penthouse scale down as well. And when compared to a building that would be at an as-of-right height located in other areas of the site, the resulting shadow impacts are not all that different from what might be expected from an as-of-right situation based on the city's major transit station area policies.
Thank you, Greg. And finally, what is the FSI on your application?
Oh, I have to look at the plans for that. If you can give me a sec, I don't have that off the top of my head. Oh, sorry. 9.4, sir.
Oh,
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Greg.
Sorry, other questions of the deputant? Seeing none? Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Speakers on this item? Councillor Cannavale?
Thank you, Chair Ainsley, and I'd like to thank Greg and his team for working with us. To reiterate, I know it was reason for some communication, but the address mistake is negligible, not really affecting or impacting the proceedings here. As the applicant spoke, there are merits to this in terms of design. I appreciate the commercial retail provision, the setbacks, the new trees, and to some extent the streetscape looks promising. There is, however, concerns about clarity around the parkland dedication, what that means for the community. It is a dense neighborhood already with multiple towers in the Teesdale neighborhood, Denton, Macy. There is the question, as pointed out, that nothing is preventing the applicant from providing affordable housing, something both staff and I have requested in this application. And also, and finally, is the impact this would have on a very newcomer Canadian racialized lower income family neighborhood, which has this limited park that will see impacts from the shadowing. And, that gives pause for me, and as part of seeing this move forward, I'll be moving this without recommendations to help address these questions for clarity as well as improvement on parkland and shadowing.
Okay. Questions of Councillor Cannavale? Seeing none. Other speakers? So we have the motion by Councillor Cannavale. I thought he had a motion. I thought he moved a deferral.
No, without
Oh,
recs.
sorry.
Moving into council without recs.
Okay. Any questions of the mover? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion? That carries. Good. Yep. So I am going to move motion to extend the meeting to finish the next item. SC 31.14, Scarborough Village Street Plans, which is item number 14. And then colleagues breaking for lunch. We have 19.
Chair, can I ask if the Scarborough Crescent tree item, please, because I won't be able to join once lunch starts or once we're back from lunch. So if we can kindly have that item, the Scarborough Crescent tree exemption, moved up as well.
I don't know what's the... There's 4 speakers.
31.
Mr. Chair, just on a point of order.
Yep, Councillor Thompson, point of order.
The chief of police is actually here in my ward, and there's an activity that's taking place with the chief.
Sorry, I'm having trouble.
Sorry, can you hear me? Okay. The chief of police is actually here in my ward. There's some activities taking place with other members of the community and so on, and I do have to attend. I will actually go and hopefully come back, but you have quorum, and I know that Councillor Campbell is not going to be here. I'll try to be here, but I have to leave to go to that.
Okay, so we'll have bare quorum then.
I'll come back after I'm done, but unfortunately I've got to go there.
Sorry, and Councillor Canavale, you have to leave at 1?
Yes.
Well, there's 4 speakers here. Yep. 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 Sorry? I have no idea. There's 4 speakers. Okay.
I think one person's repeated twice. I think Nicole Carrata is repeated twice on the 31.8 Scarborough Crescent tree exemption item.
Okay, so we'll do number 8, we'll do number 14, and then we'll break for lunch. Is that fine with everybody? Staff need a break. Okay, all in favor? And that carries. So we're on SC 31.8, 226 Scarborough Avenue, application to remove a private tree. This is deferred from our last April meeting. Our first speaker, Nicole Corrado. Nicole, are you online?
Yes, I am here.
Okay, go ahead, you have 5 minutes.
Yes, okay. All right. I'm going to be on it.
Sorry, Nicole,
right.
we can't
Yes.
hear you.
Okay, yes. Well, I was going to say that about this tree, this black walnut tree is completely healthy, and it's not, branches can be trimmed. You don't have to cut the tree. And that this tree is producing food and shelter for animals, especially during nesting season. The tree is healthy and maintainable, and there's absolutely no reason. Please protect this black walnut tree. Animals need the shelter and need the food, the walnuts, and this tree really needs to be protected. Since the removal of deadwood through pruning, it will reduce the likelihood of future limb failure. So all this tree needs is a haircut. That's it. The tree is perfectly healthy. You see pictures of this tree. Beautiful, beautiful tree. Lots of green leaves. Perfect tree. The healthy tree just needs a little bit of a haircut. And trees absolutely perfect. There's no need to cut down the tree. Maybe trim a few branches, but the tree itself is fine.
Okay, thank you, Nicole.
Trees are native and adapted to.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions of the deputant? Nope, seeing none. Our next registered speaker is Joan Wright. Sorry, Ms. Wright, are you speaking for yourself and Lawrence Wright, or?
No, I'm speaking first, and then Lawrence is speaking after me.
Okay, go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you for hearing our appeal. I know you're very busy today.
Do you need your laptop hooked up?
No, I'm fine.
No?
Thank
Okay.
you. Yeah, Lawrence and I are both 79 years old and have lived in our home now for 35 years. And the tree we wish to remove is a black walnut tree. And it's a large tree, but we want it removed for 2 reasons. It's first because we're very fearful of injury and damage to ourselves. It's become a nightmare to live with this tree. And second, as we age, we're finding it more difficult to deal with all the work involved and all the issues. And actually, we're not as healthy as we used to be. We want the tree removed so much we're prepared to pay a substantial amount of money to do that, and are willing to pay for trees to be planted on our property and wherever the city would like some more trees planted. It's not about the health of the tree. This is really about the quality of life for us living with this tree. We've had a number of huge branches falling down, and some damage has happened to our table, which was a glass table at the time. And we still fear there's more big branches coming down. Even though it's healthy, the tree has mountains and mountains of nuts that fall down. At least every year, around 2 months of the year, September, October, we're constantly out picking up nuts before they cause a real problem and squash down everywhere in the patio. Our main entrance is actually right onto the patio, and we use that all the time, and we have to be very careful when we're moving in and out of the house. It's hard, I'm not going through all my script yet, but it's hard to describe the horror, really. I mean, we get woken up at night with the nuts falling down, and it takes a while to understand what's happening because it comes down with such force. The tree now is about 80 feet high. So we did have an opportunity when we first moved into this house to cut down this tree. We realized after a couple of years it was a problem. We didn't cut it down at the time because we couldn't afford to. It's still, at this point, it's going to cost us about $9,000 to cut down the tree along with planting new trees. As I say, it's very difficult to describe what we go through. The other thing that has happened is, and the previous speaker mentioned the animals, we have many animals in our yard, and we also have other trees growing. We have some very large maple trees as well, so we love our trees really, except our nightmare tree, which we can't deal with anymore. The squirrels have actually collected the nuts of this tree as well, and they managed to get into our attic, and we were having a problem listening to them roaming around until Lawrence found where they were coming in and was able to fix that problem, but who knows when it's going to happen again. There was a huge amount of nuts that they stored there in our attic above where we live. Anyway, we're now approaching 80 years of age, and we both have arthritis on our knees and our shoulders and everything are going, so we just can't deal with this tree anymore. So we ask that we be allowed to cut it down so that we can live our lives in this house that we bought as a retirement bungalow. And thank you for listening to me. My husband is actually going to follow up with some other problems.
Okay.
But
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Questions for the deputy? Councillor Manson? You're waiting for Mr. Wright? So you can get the full story? All right, we're waiting for Mr. Wright so we can get the full.
Okay, Mr. Wright has arrived. Can I hook my computer up?
Yep.
I just got some pictures. Pictures are worth 1,000 words, right? Ooh, I don't want that. That's my screensaver. There you go. That's fine. There we go. Okay.
Go ahead, sir. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for listening to me. Yes, I'm ready. Okay, so Joan and I want to remove this tree because it's growing too close to our house and to our neighbour's house. If it was at the bottom of our back garden, it wouldn't be a threat, but the canopy overhangs both houses and both patios. I'd like to do 5 points that I think are relevant to application to remove this tree. First point, This tree is dangerous. Limbs are falling, and pruning won't guarantee that they stop. Over the last few years, 3 large limbs have fallen. The most recent shattered, oops, wrong one. There. Okay, the most recent shattered our glass picnic table. This despite the fact that we've had this tree pruned several times. These limbs could kill someone. In the report to the Council, urban forestry says good arboricultural practices and the performance of routine tree maintenance will reduce the likelihood of limb failure. But we don't want to reduce the likelihood of limb failure, we want to stop it. And the only way to stop this likelihood is to remove the tree. In their submission to Council, urban forestry also says that the city's tree bylaws do not support the removal of this tree as is healthy and maintainable. But this is simply not true. As I've discussed in my written submission, I don't know if you've read it, but the bylaw does support the removal of healthy trees. In subsection 18.1, it says simply, the general manager may issue permits to injure or destroy healthy trees. So we're not asking for a variance to the bylaw. We're asking that a decision is made in accordance with subsection 18.1 of the bylaw. The third point, Toronto has another set of bylaws, chapter 632, which says that we should remove dangerous trees. Half of our tree canopy overhangs the property next door. If a limb were to fall into their garden or onto their house, according to chapter 632, Joan and I would be held responsible for any resulting damage, injury, or death. Chapter 632 deals with vacant or houseless properties. The subsection 5 says that the owner or person in charge of a property upon which a tree is located shall remove any decayed, damaged, or dangerous tree or branch that poses a danger to persons or property. And that's exactly what we want to do. We are the owners of the property upon which this tree is located, and we sincerely believe that this tree is dangerous. It's our responsibility to remove it. The fourth point, the falling nuts can be dangerous too. It's not just the falling limbs that worry us. For 2 months every year, as Joan has said, our lives are dominated by thousands of nuts that fall on our house and patio. Joan has talked about the stress they cause and the problems of cleanup. If the nuts aren't removed as soon as they fall, well, the husks are chewed up and spat out by the squirrels. But these spat out husks are messy, and we all know what can happen when old people slip and fall, with broken bones and hospitalization. The fifth point, we believe that this tree will make it impossible for us to age in place. But Joan and I have seen our parents age, and so we know what's waiting for us. We know that as we age, our ability to cope with the falling nuts and the constant cleanup will diminish to the point where we simply won't be able to deal with it anymore. While it might sound melodramatic, we don't want to be driven out of our house because we've been forced to live with a tree that we can't cope with. This refusal to allow us to remove the tree appears to us to be in direct conflict with the city's Aging in Place initiative. And finally, let's put this in perspective. In 2024, the city estimated that there were 11.5 million trees in Toronto. Joan and I are asking for one tree out of 11.5 million that to be replaced, not destroyed, simply replaced. We will be planting new trees. In summary, that the tree is situated too close to our house and our neighbour's house. Pruning can't guarantee that more limbs won't fall. Neither will pruning stop nuts falling on our roof and patio. But removing the tree does not contravene the tree bylaw. Moreover, removing the tree is in accordance with the vacant and houseless property bylaw. And perhaps most importantly, for 2 months each year, our lives are dominated by this tree. As we enter our 80s, we want to minimize any dangers and to make life easy for Joan and Lawrence as they get old. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Questions of the deputant?
Chair.
Councillor Canaville?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, through you, thank you to Mr. and Mrs. Wright for your presentation. And this is a very unique scenario, and a couple of things that I wanted to help clarify for my colleagues and audience. Mr. and Mrs. Wright, this exemption you're seeking is not to further develop your house or expand the imprint of your home, is it?
No, absolutely not. We just want to get rid of the tree. We have no profit or ulterior motive involved in it at all.
And you've clearly outlined that this is a very unique, the black walnut, as I learned through my site visit, a very dense nut that has clearly demonstrated impact to your house and your safety and security, correct?
Yes, we get thousands of nuts every year. There was one year I couldn't get rid of all the nuts that fell, and I had to, and I filled the back of my pickup truck. I've got an 18-foot bed on my pickup truck, and I estimated I put 3,000 nuts, which I just couldn't dispose of by normal means. There's a lot of nuts, and they create danger. And there've been children playing in our backyard who've got hit by fallen nuts.
Correct.
Yeah.
And beyond just the safety of your home, is this a question of accessibility for you and your wife in regard to your ability to continue to stay in your current home, which you've been in for quite some time?
Yeah, yes, we've been in the house for 35 years. Here's my wife. Yes, our main entrance to where we live that gives out onto the patio. So every time we leave the house or come in, we have to run the gauntlet of all these fallen nuts for 2 months of the year. And if we don't pick them up, the problem is we can't hire somebody to come in and clean up the nuts because it's a constant process of picking up the nuts as soon as they fall, because otherwise the squirrels get in and they start chewing at them, and husks go all over the patio, and the husks are slippery.
Actually, we didn't mention our next door neighbours too, because Dave next door had a stroke 2 years ago now, and he's in a wheelchair, and it's pretty impossible to wheel a wheelchair through all the nuts that fall on their side of the fence. And they probably get about the same number as we do on our side, so I don't know how they manage with difficulty. I do know if that's the case. The nuts, again, it's difficult if you don't live there to describe what happens. Sometimes it's like showers of golf balls coming down, and when you start walking out the door, you have to kind of duck back in, and it's getting, as I said, it's getting harder to move as fast as we used to avoid these nuts falling. They have hit us in the past. But now the tree is bigger. They're just coming down faster, stronger, and they smash open. This past year was a bonanza, I think, because this past year, the nuts at the end of the season were bigger than golf balls, and they were coming down so fast. They were splashing, squashing on the patio right away. And the other thing is they bounce off the table or off the roof, and they mess all our patio and our house. Actually is a stucco. It's a cream-colored stucco, and every year we have to repaint the whole side around the back garden area. You can't imagine what it's like to live with it for 2 months. We just are on our noses are shot. We need to have it done, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Wright. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Canaville. Other questions of the deputants? Seeing none. Thank you very much. We're moving on to questions of staff. Questions of staff. Councillor Canaville, do you have questions of staff?
No.
No questions of staff?
No.
Okay, Councillor Canaville doesn't have any questions of staff. Councillor Mantis? Or Councillor Myers? No? Okay. Can I just ask, so where's my forestry staff? Can I ask in the report, so the arborist that they hired noted The tree's poor condition, unbalanced crown, weight distribution over extended branches, including bark and cavities, the presence of dead wood. I'm not sure what that is. I'm not an arborist. City staff inspected the tree at the time of inspection, determined it's healthy and maintainable. The tree has good structural form and vitality. The deputant showed pictures, sorry, my long-winded question. The deputant showed pictures of the tree that came down on their patio table, and I know what black walnuts can do when they get infected with moths. What's the discrepancy, do you think, between the arborist that they hired and the city staff that went and looked at the tree?
Through the chair, I can actually confirm that I have also been out on site and inspected the tree, and would also deem it as being healthy and maintainable. In terms of the discrepancy between the arborist and what I saw on the ground, I would have to converse with the arborist in that situation and get a better understanding of what they were seeing, which I did not see. As noted by the applicant, as well as by my staff and myself, is that the tree, as far as I can see it, is healthy and maintainable. The limbs that have fallen could be a result of a number of different things. Unfortunately, I wasn't there when they did fall, so it could be that the tree branches were just overextended and they should have been pruned sooner. It could be that the tree branches were dead. You'd mentioned about not knowing what deadwood is. So on a tree branch, occasionally there's just dieback from, as trees get older, certain limbs will drop or fall, potentially get infected, those kind of things. My apologies. That would lead to a deadwood limb. So we call deadwood anything that could be the size of a finger all the way up to the size of your arm, right? So an arborist report indicating that there's presence of deadwood. Many trees across Toronto, in fact, I would say significantly most of the trees in Toronto will have some sort of deadwood in them, unless you're pruning them consistently every couple of years kind of thing.
Okay, and then in terms, so it's tree 73 centimeters in diameter. We just revised our tree protection bylaws, so this tree would be almost 4 times the size of what you're mandated to protect, minimum. And then in terms, so it's a 70, what is the life expectancy of a tree like this in an urban environment like Toronto?
Black walnut, through the chair, black walnuts have a long life expectancy. They're a very robust tree that can live hundreds of years, no problem. And in terms of, the size of the tree, I believe staff and myself measured it as being about, let me just see here, 73 centimeters in DBH. So yeah, that's almost 4 times what we're proposing for the tree bylaw amendments moving forward.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Speakers on this item? Sorry, Councillor Canavella, did you wish to speak?
I'll go after Councillor Mantis.
Well, it's your ward.
Yeah, I'll go last. If that's fine with you, Chair.
Yep, that's fine. Councillor Mantis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll tell you a little story. So when I was a younger person, we had a neighbor that had a black walnut tree. And the walnut tree was just as big as the one that we see in this application. The leaves would fall, branches would fall, the walnuts were anywhere between the size of a ping pong ball to almost a baseball. Especially when they're green, they're very hard, and they're even harder than when they're dry. And it was just a total mess. So in this application, it's not about the health or the prosperity of the tree. It's about the living conditions and the prosperity of the homeowners. Because at the end of the day, they're the ones that have to clean the tree, prune the tree, maintain the tree, and live at their homes. And knowing that their neighbor is also in a wheelchair, I find it very difficult to accept the fact that we would deny the application on the facts of the health of the tree. Plus, the bylaw that we've voted upon isn't in effect until January 1st. So right now, it's only twice the size of the tree, not 4 times the size of the tree, just to mention that. So I'm actually in support of the removal of the tree because it has to do with the general well-being of all the residents around the home and not only because of the tree itself. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Councillor. Other speakers? Councillor Canavelle?
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank Quinn and staff for supporting our site visit. We saw very clearly, and it's been a bit of a crash course for me, on the impact of black walnuts. All trees are not alike. And Councillor Mantis's personal story highlights the learnings that my staff and I underwent through the visit, and seeing the impact firsthand of the trees certainly drove home the messages from Mr. and Mrs. Wright on the impact on their safety, security, and most importantly, accessibility for them to age in place. As I shared with them, they look great for their age, but they're 80 years old, and for them to continue this work is very challenging, I can imagine. And hence why I haven't typically, in my 2.5 years as a councillor, supported tree exemptions, but this one I am. It's clearly and obviously and clearly stated by the applicants, they are not doing this for expansion of their home or property, but this is for their security, safety, and accessibility. And I urge and ask my colleagues to support this rare exemption, given the impact it's having on their personal lives and the safety and security of it as they age in place, a home that they've been living at for I think 35 years. So I am asking for this rare exemption. I know it may not be something, folks, but it's clear that the context, and I think our bylaws or procedure allow for that discretion, and here's a rare occurrence place that I ask for to support, given the personal impact upon this couple as they age gracefully as seniors in their home. So hoping to have my colleagues' support in granting this rare exception. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cannabell. Other speakers on this item? Seeing none, so we have an amendment before us by Councillor Cannabell. All in favor? None opposed, and that passes. Do I do item as amendment? And nope. Okay, thank you. And then our next item is SC 31.14, Scarborough Village Street Plan, Ward 20, Scarborough Southwest, and Ward 24, Scarborough Guildwood. We have one registered speaker, David Signacki. Good afternoon, Mr. Signacki. I believe you understand how the rules work. You've been on this side of the table before. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready. Sorry, you have to turn the microphone on, sir.
Did you mute me already, Councillor? So I hope to continue with my tradition of never using my 5 minutes. Members of Council, I'm here to ask, with respect to the streets plan, for one amendment, please, and that is deletion of recommendation 1A. Which is a set of speed bumps on Markham Road itself. I'm okay with absolutely the rest of it. It's no longer for me to say what people want on their streets or not, or to be contrary to the streets plan. The reason for my request is that the area that I'm requesting, that one stretch of street, is the major ingress for all of the emergency services into the entire community. And I believe that it would be just slower emergency services, slower ambulance, slower police, slower all services, including Wheel-Trans, into the community if that would be removed. Before coming here, I took a look at the Toronto Open Portal to take a look at what accidents there were on that set of road. The records are just great. They go back to 2006, and in the last 20 years there have been no accidents on that stretch at all. There's actually only one accident at Markham and Kingston itself, and that was due to a driver taking the wrong turn. With respect to the warrant before you, it's at 54 kilometers an hour. Really, that's not that high on a downhill ramp. There's a plaza at the corner, so I don't think we'll be impacting a lot of residents. And so I believe for the purposes of the community at large, it would make sense just on that one portion to remove the speed bumps. I will say personally that I walk that every day, every work day rather. That's part of my morning walk during the morning rush period. And it's not an unsafe street, speaking personally. I've been in the area since that area for the last 26 years. So please, members of Community Council, ask for your amendment. Other than that, I would certainly support the rest of the recommendations before you. Thank you. Look at that, 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
Well done, sir. Any questions of the deputy? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Much appreciate your time.
Chair Ainsley, sorry. I don't know if you saw my hand go up.
Councillor Canavelle, questions of the deputy?
Thank you, Chair, and welcome back to Scarborough Community Council, former Councillor Soknacki. Good to see you. Thank you for coming out and joining us. Always good to see you. And just wanted to just clarify: did you communicate to either Councillor Ainsley or I about this request?
I did
you send
indeed,
anything?
sir. Yeah, I put a call into your office earlier this week. I spoke with your assistant. Your assistant was quite helpful, who actually asked the reasons for my coming down and a recommendation. So I spent some time with him on the phone. As well, I spoke with Councillor Ainsley, who was good enough to start off the conversation by saying, you know, this isn't Councillor Candavel's ward, so you better not lobby me. So he did a good job as well.
Fair enough. It's a little, I'm unsure about whether the Markham Road is on my side or his side, but it's
or shared.
Yeah, it's shared. It certainly is a border. And finally, is the concern that from I know you've been there for quite some time, that the speeding or the traffic doesn't provide for the need for the speed humps? Is that the basis?
Yeah, there's two things there. You're mentioning, Councillor. Number one, the issue is of safety. So that's why I took a look at the data, because I certainly don't observe that it's unsafe. Whenever certainly I'm a pedestrian and a walker there, and as are others, the cars do respect it and do give everybody a wide berth. The warrants also say that the road is relatively slow. So it's a safe road. So that's one issue. But I think the critical thing for this section is that is a major entrance point for all of the emergency services and city services coming into our community. So that's why I propose this one section be amended. But with the rest of that, the report's fine, in my opinion.
Thank you for your deputation, former Councillor Soknacki. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Canavelle. Questions of staff on this item? Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Regarding 1A, the 10 speed humps on Markham Road between Kingston Road and Hill Crescent, is there transit in that area? Are there TTC buses that are running over those speed humps?
Through you, Chair, to the Councillor, there is no TTC service on this segment of Markham Road south of Kingston.
Okay, thank you. And on Markham Road, you mean?
Sorry, the segment of Markham Road south of Kingston Road.
Okay, thank you. Got it.
Thank you, Councillor. Other questions of staff on this item? Seeing none. Speakers on this item? Councillor Canavelle.
Thank you, Chair. Just give me 1 second. I'd like to appreciate the tremendous work done by staff. The open houses were outstanding, very helpful in getting together all the relevant stakeholders within the city to present and hear from residents the concerns about safety in Cliffcrest, Scarborough Village, and certainly many aspects of this plan speak to the need for community investment, city investment in making a safer community for all. So I want to appreciate the work done by folks and the engagement from the community was clear in the 2 open houses, and the communications with our office and with staff directly. Appreciate former Councillor Saknaki's advice and experience in relation to 1A, and I'll be moving a motion to delete the request, to delete part 1A, this recommendation for speed humps south of Kingston Road on Markham Road to Hill Crescent.
Sorry, Councillor, did you submit that?
I believe Nancy and my staff are perhaps working on that. So if there's any other speakers, then we can come back to that.
Yeah.
Or if clerks can quickly draft the deletion motion.
Yeah, we'll deal with that,
Chair,
Councillor.
may I provide some information in relation to that deletion?
All right.
Sorry.
Thank you. We're both doing the same thing, Councillor. I already have a motion deleted or drafted for the same thing.
Okay. All's well.
Okay. Yep. So I don't need to speak very long. I have the same motion. Councillor Cannavale and I can both move it since we feud over Markham Road. So it basically reads that recommendation number 1A be deleted, and that recommendation number 2 be removed in conjunction with the installation of speed humps. So it now reads Scarborough Community Council designate a 30-kilometer speed limit on Markham Road between Kingston Road and Hill Crescent, and removing in conjunction with the installation of speed humps. So what this motion does is remove the proposed speed humps on Markham Road, maintains a designation of the 30-kilometer speed limit. I've been the councillor in the area for a number of years. I've walked up and down this street, ridden a bike up and down it, drove up and down it. I've never seen a motor vehicle accident on it. I actually don't get any complaints about the speeding on this. I get complaints about speeding on Hill Crescent and the adjacent roads. I've never had one for this stretch of Markham Road, which is below Kingston Road, south of Kingston Road, so that's why I'm moving this amendment. All in favor of the amendment? That carries. Oh, and thank you very much to staff for all of their work on this project and taking into account community feedback throughout this area. And the item is amended. All in favor? That carries. Now, I believe we're breaking for lunch. Sorry? Yeah. Okay. Till 2. Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. But so I'm trying to manage the agenda and multiple people in this room, as well as giving our staff an opportunity more so to have a break than I think the councilors are all used to working through our lunch, but this is more so for our staff, so we are taking a break. Thank you. Yep, thank you.
This meeting will resume at 2 p.m.
you notice when we walk to this room, like the air is very like.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes. I mean,
It's about 22 inches, and back in the fall, the development cut down the trees, started to cut down the trees, so we were able to stop them.
no enough air
And
circulation.
now the tree, even though it's lost most of its main branches, is getting leaves on it.
I don't know.
Does that mean we could say?
I don't.
Potentially.
Yes,
So
so
that's all I'm trying to find.
It's too much of that.
So I'll call the inspector.
Yeah. No, I mean.
Yeah, because it's being taken apart.
But if it's being saved, like if it's still got leaves and stuff like that, there's potential that it could be saved.
Yeah, because they didn't cut, they cut off a lot of the branches, but there's still leaves on the outside.
This room is really bad. For circulation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I'm calling the meeting back to order. All right, good afternoon. I'm calling the meeting back to order. Just before we get to item number 2, item number 19, which was added to the agenda this morning. I believe everybody's had a chance to read it. I'm going to move the recommendations. All in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you. We are on to item number 2. We're on to item number 2, SC 31.2, 3718 and 3730 Kingston Road. This is a zoning bylaw amendment. This is a decision report for final approval. The first registered speaker, I'm going to say the first 3. Teresa Ho, Philip Ho, and Tony Sudara. Peter?
All 3 of them were here. All 3 have left. Today, I think some of them may be online.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, who's online? Teresa's online. Teresa, can you hear me?
Hi there, yes, I could hear you.
Hi, you have 5 minutes to address Community Council whenever you're ready.
Okay, Philip and I will be speaking together, so go ahead.
Okay. Do you
Hi
need
there.
5 or 10 minutes?
5 is okay.
Yeah, I think we could do it in 5. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I am a resident of Jeremiah Lane. Actually, my property is backing onto and facing the proposed development, the condominium development, 24-story development. I want to express my strong opposition to the proposal, and I have a couple of issues that I did bring up to the community meeting that happened not too long ago. I wanted to reiterate them here for councilors and other attendees here as well. First is the shadow impact and the loss of amenity. As you can imagine, a 24-story tower is going to cast a massive year-round shadow over the townhomes impacted, especially adjacent to the property. I think we've heard a lot from people today speaking about the loss of natural light, the diminished enjoyment of property, and our private outdoor spaces that we paid for. And from the shadow assessment that we were informed about during our previous meeting, it looks like the properties that are very close to the development will lose approximately 5 to 6 hours of that light, and light will actually come back into the property after 2 o'clock. So as you can imagine, if you were to live here, being told that you're not going to have sunlight until till into the afternoon hours wouldn't sound acceptable to property owners like myself, and to the community as well. Another concern I have is traffic congestion. If you live in the area, actually, if you live very close to the area, you would know Scarborough Golf Club Road is a very critical path for commuters, not just within the area, but coming from the east and the west, as Scarborough Golf Club is a very important connection point to Kingston Road, and to Lawrence, and even as far as Ellesmere. This particular street is known to have very congested traffic and volume of cars, especially during the highest peak of volume in the morning and the afternoon, and it makes for a very difficult commute out of our communities. It doesn't matter which direction you're coming from or going to; it's very difficult. Now, adding a 24-story property is going to increase that traffic, and not only that, if you're also in the area, you'll notice that it is actually it's quite a dangerous place for pedestrians to walk across, and there's a lot of blind turns for cars as well. The street is not exactly a 90-degree perpendicular arrangement. It's a little bit angled in either way, so it makes for some blind turns as well. So I have concerns that we're creating a situation where it's dangerous for our community members as well as commuters in the area. My next concern is with parking and overflow as well. There seems to be 200 and some odd parking spots with this new development. Seeing that it has evolved from being a lower story tower to the 24 that we have here today. And given that there's a lot of cars that are going to be coming into the area, I do have that concern. My last concern is around schooling. I'm very disappointed in the fact that the development company that is working to develop here had no connection with the district school boards and the schools to ensure that overflow student numbers were incorporated. I see them tout themselves as a very proactive organization, coming into a community and helping the community and being proactive. But seeing as they haven't even consulted the schools or are leaving it to the schools to address an overflow, that to me is unacceptable. We do have an obligation to our community to take care of our kids, our children, and our futures. And therefore, not allowing our kids to have access to local schools and have to figure it out themselves is a very difficult situation for us to be in. But anyways, I've hit my 5-minute mark, so handing the mic back over.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions of the deputants? Nope, seeing none, thank you very much. Tony Sodara is next on the list. Okay. And don't sit down, Peter, you're next. Yeah, I'm not picky. Sorry. So next I have Eldon Theodore. I don't think Eldon lives in the neighborhood, Peter. Afternoon, Mr. Theodore. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, yes. And I did upload a communication, a presentation. I'm not sure if that's available. If not, I can connect it from my laptop.
I missed that.
I have a presentation that I uploaded as communication. Not sure if that can be shared. If not, I can connect it from my laptop.
One of my IT staff will be down.
So that presentation is not available. Apologies. There we go. And thank you. And thank you for that. My name again, Eldon Theodore. I am a partner with MHBC here on behalf of the owner. Just wanted to indicate that my clients are also here. If there are any questions that I can answer, happy to answer that as well. Just want to speak generally. Our team has been working through this process, engaged in consultation and community engagement since the beginning of the application. That includes both city-led efforts of consultation as well as owner-led, and that includes items such as background research, neighborhood introductions and door knocking, community organization interviews, as well as a public information booth at the Community Fall Festival. And we worked very closely with city staff throughout this process to come to the point where we are today. And again, we've also spoken to a number of area community organizations in addition to local residents in order to get a balanced perspective on the proposal that we're bringing forward. As you know, this property is located at the northwest corner of Kingston Road and Scarborough Golf Club Road. This is a growth corridor in the city. We're adding family-friendly units to community in walking distance of shops, services, and transit. We are proposing a design that we believe protects for light and access and privacy, as well as limiting overlook, shadows, and impacts. And show that in the next slides. And this proposal will ensure that there's full commercial frontage along the street. And in terms of the growth corridor, we know that the Scarborough East LRT is a top city transit priority for high-order transit. This proposal reinforces growth intensification in this location. So as we evolve the application through the process, we have previously been looking at a 20-story high-rise, and we moved towards the current proposal, which is a 24-story. And that increase in height and units assisted in the project in supporting the increase in commercial floor area that we were able to achieve at grade, 672 square meters of commercial floor area. And the project has several improvements since the initial submission when we started this application, including increasing commercial floor area, as I mentioned, by 65%, slightly reducing the units from 435 to 419, increasing the percentage of family-friendly units within the building, increasing indoor and outdoor amenity, and increased parking and loading. And these changes allowed us to, this project to focus on quality living spaces, which is a big thing for my client and their projects as they get approved throughout the city. And here we're just showing the evolution of commercial going from these smaller to what we are now proposing, which is full commercial along the public streets to provide for that commercial amenity within the neighborhood. And similarly, we've increased parking. We have 2 levels of underground parking, as well as parking within the base that will be visitor parking that will be accessible to commercial as well as residents. In terms of shadows, I know shadows have been mentioned, and I know at our community meeting, we had talked about the shadows as well. We undertook a shadow study demonstrating the shadows move quickly throughout the landscape, reflecting acceptable levels of shadows within a growth area and demonstrating there is no adverse impact. Similarly, we took an additional step and we undertook a solar access study. And what this does is it looks at how much sunlight people get throughout a property. And what we demonstrated, both in the case on the left with the tower and the case on the right without the tower, that we still preserve and protect for more than 5 hours of solar access, which is the what is the objective of shadow studies within the area. So we've demonstrated that we are protecting that whether we have a tower or whether we don't. And we've also provided for appropriate transition adjacent to the rear property line, having a 7.5 meter setback with no laneway, so we have opportunity for landscaping and buffering within that space. And we will be undertaking transportation improvements in terms of cycle track, pavement marking, and signalization improvements, all part of the recommendations of our transportation study. So that's it. I just want to thank staff for the recommendation report and working with staff and the community on this, and happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Okay, thank you, sir. Questions of the deputy? Seeing none, I have a couple. Starting off in your presentation, the shadow effect. So the last couple of diagrams you had with the shadowing. So the first one at 9:18 a.m.
Correct.
Yep. So that seems so you have like very little shadowing over the townhouses to the north.
Correct.
But then one of your first slides, it has a large shadow over the townhouses.
Sorry, one of the first slides? Are you talking about,
Sorry, if you can go back to that one. Yep, so you have, in that one, there's a large shadow over most of the townhouses. Are you saying that's not from your building?
I'm saying yes. If you can take a look, and if I can move my mouse, you can see the tower form here, and you can see the shadow moving across that way.
Okay.
So that may be a shadowing issue in the rendering, but it's not as a result of the tower.
Okay. I'm just asking because you have shadowing over most of the townhouses in that diagram.
I appreciate that. I would trust a shadow study as opposed to a rendering.
Okay. And then can you explain, so we've had 3 community meetings, the last one I arranged. I'm sure you've heard the issues and concerns you've heard from what would be the adjacent neighbors, or are the adjacent neighbors to this property. Could you explain a bit about how they've been addressed?
So at that community meeting, I know a number of concerns were raised in relation to transportation, in relation to shadowing, concerns about parking, concerns about what we're doing in terms of the tower. What we tried to do both at that meeting and as well as part of this presentation, is demonstrate how we believe that the concerns that had been raised had already been considered as part of our application and had been duly addressed. That's why we undertook the additional work of undertaking the solar access study as it relates to shadows. And that's why we had our transportation engineer at that community held meeting explaining that both city staff have evaluated transportation and the works that we're doing to ensure this development doesn't result in adverse impacts to the broader neighborhood. So we believe, and I'm happy as residents come up with any specific questions of this council in terms of those concerns, to speak to those specific issues and respond to them directly.
Okay. And then can you explain, I'm trying to understand your rationale. So we had 2 mandatory or legally obligated community meetings. Your building was at 14 stories.
That's
and
correct.
now after those meetings, you revised the application for 24. So I'm trying to understand the rationale for that and why, because from the first time it was brought to me, it was always 14 stories. It went through all the community meetings. There was never any discussion around the fact you might be revising the application. And only after the meetings, the 2 meetings, you revised it to 24.
Happy to explain the evolution of that change. So we did start at a 14-story building. The difficulty that we're having, and at that time, the new mid-rise design guidelines had come into place, and our team was trying to work with those guidelines and take advantage and see how that helps to benefit the design and change the proposal. The difficulty that we were having was even with those changes and the length of time that had changed and how that impacted changes in the market, the units that we were trying to achieve, the quality spaces that have ample light, and as well as the construction efficiency of the proposal was not working out in that mid-rise form. We found that in moving to a tall building, having a lower podium and having a slender tower, we're able to achieve, and you can actually see it on the floor plans, larger units that have greater light, as opposed to situations where in a mid-rise building you find a lot of bowling alley, tunnel type units that are not as conducive to the larger family-friendly units, and it's not conducive to the ethos of my client and the type of projects and development that they try to construct, which is quality spaces for their tenants and quality spaces for the residents within the building.
Okay. So I guess I'm going to say, with your industry expertise, don't you find it unusual for a developer to go through a long period of planning for one size building, in this case 14 stories, and after the meetings are done, with no discussion at all with the community, that you revise your application and almost double the height of the building, double the size of the building?
I think as it relates to the change in the built form, I think that was simply an oversight through the process. We've been working really hard with city staff from 2021 till about 2023. We were looking at a mid-rise building. 2023 till now, we've been focusing on that change and what happens in terms of that built form and what makes sense. So a lot of the back and forth had been working with city staff and trying to get the details right and trying to make sure that we address issues and concerns that we had heard previously. we're happy that Councillor Ainsley, you were able to hold that public meeting, to be able to have the opportunity for the community to see that change. And I think honestly, it was just in moving forward this process, it was just an oversight.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. The next deputant.
Oh, and just for clarity, sorry, the second community meeting, it was a 20-story building, so.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, the next deputant is Ron Parkinson. Ron Parkinson, Nicole Corrado should be online, and Jillian Swindell.
I'm hijacking. I'm Janet May. I'm further down. But I just have a question.
Sorry, Mr. Parkinson has a deputation.
Sorry. Thank you, Ron.
Okay. So I had to make a quick change on the start of this. So instead of good morning, it's good afternoon. And thank you, council staff, and Scarborough residents. My name's Ron Parkinson. I lived my life in various Scarborough wards for over 35 years in my family in Trevorton Park. I'm a co-founder and spokesperson for SUN, Scarborough United Neighbourhoods, which began 3 years ago and consists of Scarborough volunteer residents who are passionate for the respective Scarborough neighbourhoods. We're nonpartisan and committed to sharing information with Scarborough resident community group leaders and residents. There's strong opposition to the opposed 419 units that the developer has changed their plans from a 12-story proposal during the pre-application consultation in 2021 to a 24-story high-rise development at 3718-3730 Kingston Road. This is questionable by the existing neighborhood, and it completely changes the character of the Scarborough Golf Club neighborhood and will have a severe impact on the current home value. The proposed development claims to be part of the MTSA, which is false, and raises concerns of the developer's motive to build, and then leave with the money. The Eglinton East Scarborough LRT has been discussed for many years, yet it remains unfunded and speculative and would not be completed for at least another 15 or 20 years. Many of our schools are already at capacity and cannot guarantee space for new families. The proposal offers only 193 residents parking spots for 419 units. Current residents are already faced with insufficient parking, and this massive development would inevitably force hundreds of vehicles onto the local streets and will present a permanent parking and safety crisis. This is the perfect time to raise these general questions from our SUN Council Forum on March 2nd, where Cliffside Scarborough Village Southwest Resident Association, their 4-minute presentation was focused on following an achievable win for Scarborough. Achievable if, and only if, all of our Scarborough councillors work together. Today, on behalf of the Scarborough residents, I am following up on their request to our Scarborough councillors. Number 1, pause the elimination for minimum parking requirements for new development in Scarborough until better transit is introduced. 2, create a bylaw that prevents new developments from petitioning for street parking permits for new condo, townhomes, and multiplex developments. Conclusion, Scarborough residents are depending on your support to value their existing community as much as potential for future residents. We don't need to set a precedence that prioritizes developer profits over affordability, safety, and equity. A resident that was here this morning was going to ask the councillors, but I thought it would be better if I asked for him in place that he's not here, is that for everyone in this room, how would you react if this building was to the south of your house? On behalf of Scarborough Golf Club residents and all of Scarborough residents facing similar type of densification in their neighborhoods, I request that this proposal be rejected and returned to at least mid-rise scale that fits the physical and social reality of Scarborough Village. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parkinson. Questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Thank you very much, sir. The next deputant is Nicole Corrado. Nicole, are you online? Nicole, can you hear me? Nicole?
Hello?
Hey, Nicole, you have 5 minutes.
So this is which item is this again? Remind me.
It's item number 2, 3718 and 3730 Kingston
Oh, yes.
Road.
Please preserve the trees and that current church that's there, because everybody can benefit from a church, and not everybody will be able to benefit from condo buildings. It seems like such a shame to destroy a church that's been closed and to cut down a bunch of trees and to build condos, when instead this could be turned into a community center and a park and actually benefit everybody. I'm just saying what a colossal waste of resources this is, for something that could actually benefit the whole community. It seems selfish to turn it into a condo, and to be destroying the trees and destroying a church, which the church probably means a lot to people in the past, because there's probably a lot of people have fond memories of that place. So it seems sad to destroy it and turn it into condos. Instead, there's so many beneficial uses for the church, and for the you could have a lovely park and a lovely community center or library or something. You could do something really nice with this place.
Thank you, Nicole. Any questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Thanks for your time, Nicole. Our next deputant is Jillian Swindell.
Can you hear me okay?
A little lower.
Way lower, yeah. There, is that
There we
good?
go. Perfect.
There we go, okay. Good afternoon, folks. I'm very happy to be here. I just want to make a comment. I have to say I was absolutely gobsmacked when Councillor Ainsley, you said clapping wasn't allowed, and not only that, there was a bylaw. Geez, we got to do something about changing that. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. The thing that concerns me about this building going up, there's a number of things. It's just not conducive to the integrity of the whole area. They're all like 2- and 3-story buildings. There are some taller ones further down Kingston Road, and then you're going to have this 24 or whatever. Next time we hear about it, it'll be a 56-story. That's the other point I want to make. I heard it was 8 stories originally, 12 stories, 24. What's it going to be next week? Like, make up your minds, folks. It sounds like a really slippery slope that's going on here with the height. I'm appreciative that it's going to be rental units for families. I'm very appreciative of that. As you know, we've got to find places for families to live, and I hope they're not those 400 square foot boxes that are downtown Toronto that 40% remain empty. So that's one of my concerns. The building's far too large, and I think a 3- to 6-story building would be much more conducive. But there are other concerns, right? One other thing I just want to question, because I don't know, is this always one developer? Is there 4 different developers? Do they keep putting in plans, going away? Like what's going on there? It's very, very, very confusing. Okay. So my concern is not really the aesthetics of the area. I'm more concerned about a few things. One thing is we don't have the infrastructure, and I know I heard the representative for the developer was here talking about infrastructure. We do not have the infrastructure. We do not have the schools. I was My house, my backyard backs onto the townhouse complex. When those homes went up, the big billboards went up, no schools were available, and so the poor parents moving into here had to scramble looking for schools, and then of course the kids had to be bused out of district, so not in their local community, and then of course there was a busing problem. We do not have the infrastructure for a family building with children. The other thing I want to mention, because I was a victim of the buildings of those townhouses, there's, as you probably know, you're all Scarborough folks, we have a lot of underground water systems, right? And underneath those townhouses, there was a water system, and when they were building, 2 years in a row, my backyard flooded, and not a little bit, like 1 to 2 feet of water. I had to get the counselor at the time to come and see it. So that's a consideration. You know, I'm thinking about the situation. I know I can't compare to Florida. You know, the Florida big high-rises are sinking. And I'm wondering, like, what's the specs on the water systems? What are they going to do to address that? Okay, so that's a safety issue. Okay. And I guess one of I'm almost running out of time. God, I'm long-winded. My major concern, and please hear this, is the access to this building is going to be off Scarborough Golf Club Road, right? And I went there last night, and I just turned onto Scarborough Golf Club from Kingston Road. I'm telling you right now, there's going to be accident after accident after accident, because the minute you make a turn onto Scarborough Golf Club from Kingston Road, you're going to be bang right into people turning. And if you're looking at a 24-story building, there's going to be a lot of cars. It's not safe. It's just not safe, and it's going to be very, very dangerous. And sorry, I know I'm going over my time. My apologies for that. And just I've got way more. One more quick thing is, I know on the diagrams it looked like there was a big green space for the kids. There's no green space there for the kids. Where are these children going to play? Where are they going to play? If you want to have family buildings, you've got to accommodate that and have the community resources. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much. I'm just going to go back to Tony Sodaro, who I believe is online. Tony, can you hear me? Tony Sodaro? You need to unmute.
Hi. Hello.
Hi. Hey, Tony, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Oh, terrific. Thank you. Okay, so first of all, I want to thank you all for allowing me to speak. I truly appreciate it. I know your time is valuable, and it's late in the afternoon, so I'm going to try and make this as quick as possible. So sifting through the massive documentation for this proposal, I can certainly appreciate all the complexities and the number of issues that are taken into consideration for the application. And so I just want to show my appreciation to all of the planners, because this is extremely complex, and with all the bylaws, everything needs to be taken into consideration. But on the note of the issues, the former 2021 application identified a number of the issues that needed to be grounded out. They were clearly identified, and they were made public prior to a community meeting which was held. Summary of the issues were appropriateness of the FSI. At that time, it was 4.5. The appropriateness of the height. At that time, it was 14 stories. Transition to neighboring lands. Traffic congestion on Golf Club Road. Light privacy and shadow considerations. And then lastly, the school and community services. That proposal was for 14 stories. I spoke at length at the time with planner Jeffrey Sinclair about those issues. And I have to say it was very polite. We had very constructive conversations. And I later found out that the applications was just dropped. So I never really followed up on it. Here we are, fast forward 5 years, and now we're facing ourselves with a proposal for 24-story approaching skyscraper height with an alarming increase in FSI from 4.5 to 5.25. Now, there's a public information strategy document that was filed with this application, and it makes reference to many of the same items outlined from the 2021 proposal. But the only item I saw that undergo any study was related to the sun shadow. The others appeared to be outstanding nor adequately addressed with any detailed plans. So I decided to email the planner, Bita Mahubi, and I hope I pronounced that right, of how the other issues would be addressed. And I was given a link to the same website that I was searching to get the information I was looking for in the first place. So I decided to research with AI assistance what are reasonable FSIs and building heights for a condominium in Scarborough as per the bylaws and distance to major transit hubs. And it gave me the following. Okay, so for 35-foot width road, which is golf club, an FSI of 1.5 to 3 with a height of 4 to 6 stories. For road width of 65 feet, which is Kingston Road, an FSI of 2 to 3, heights of 6 to 12 stories. And I'm going to say that I don't think you can use Kingston Road because there's no egress to it. So I don't think you can really use Kingston Road, but we'll take it into consideration. Now, it also said you can get higher FSIs, 4 to 6, and heights of 15 plus stories for developments within 200 to 500 meters of a major transit station area, referred to as an MTSA, and it gave an example, Scarborough Town Center. This location is under 2 kilometers, just under 2 kilometers to the nearest MTSA, and that is Guildwood Go. So I propose there's no reasonable ground to use MTSA as a justification in this application with these extreme density and heights. The numbers I previously mentioned are quite consistent with recent condominiums built in the area. I'll give you a couple of examples. Cal Tire, right beside Cal Tire, 10 stories. North side of Kingston Road between Morningside and Lawrence, 8 stories. 3655 Kingston Road on the south side at Ingleton, 7 stories. I live on Guildcrest Drive, just south of Kingston Road, and this proposal guarantees congestion and gridlock for drivers going northbound on Golf Club Road, crossing Kingston Road, and will be likely blocked by people trying to turn left into the complex. Previously mentioned there are going to be accidents. And that's because Golf Club is not a 4-lane road. You add school buses and cyclists on the proposed dedicated lanes, and the equation the problem exacerbates. When I moved into this area 36 years ago, city planners at the time held community meetings to gather feedback in order to craft a strategy for the Kingston Road corridor. It was a novel idea. It was a great idea, and we had many meetings, but I don't think a strategy for this corridor exists today. Without a strategic plan, approval of this proposal will set a dangerous precedent with developers itching to build higher structures with denser FSIs on the many empty lots. Before long, the corridor will be congested with gridlock and a lack of suitable infrastructure. Any real sense of a community in adjacent neighborhoods will erode.
Sorry, Mr.
Deputy
Sodaro,
Mayor,
if you could wrap up, please.
I will, and I'm at my last point. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Paul Ainsley, in January of this year, you voiced and formally submitted your fierce opposition to the Department of Infrastructure on the application at 4241 Kingston Road. That is beside Guildwood GO Station, for many of the same reasons this community has been raising. And with that application being right at a major transit station area, thereby allowing higher density and building heights, we still opposed it. Your main reasons were integration impacts of the high-density skyscrapers on the Guildwood community and the stress on existing infrastructure. Your constituents in this community are hoping and counting on you to similarly oppose this application and ask for your equal support given on the 4241 Kingston Road proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sodaro. Questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Thank you very much, sir. Our next deputant is Jean Patton. Sorry, I can't. Yep. Okay, next then I have Janet May. Now you have 5 minutes, Janet.
Thank you so much. Okay, I only have one question really, and it relates to the, there's a sentence in the report, the planning approval report, and it says that this area is well served by both surface transit and emerging higher order transit networks through the Eglinton East Light Rail. So I'm wondering, is the emerging higher order transit a real plan or the concept of a plan? Will this be another poorly executed project by Metrolinx? Unlike the planners who've approved this application or who are recommending approval, I don't think residents of this neighborhood would agree with that statement that it's well served by transit. I think it is poor planning to approve an application based on something that doesn't seem to exist in reality. I think that higher density application approval should not be based on pie in the sky infrastructure, which is what that statement is. As a resident of Toronto, I'm really tired of City Council capitulating to developers and to a province that is rapidly moving away from democratic process. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, need my reading glasses. Thank you. DeMay Canton. Thanks, Nancy.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dame Canton, and I'm a resident of this neighborhood for 30 years now. I've been sitting here listening all morning to different residents coming in asking for some reprieve. And I think you guys aren't paid enough to hear all of us come here and plead our cases. And just around this particular case, you heard different residents bring about different issues about whether it's shadows or water tables or the school or the infrastructure or the parking. So all of that is probably universal to every development opportunity. What I'm really here to say is this is a bunch of people who definitely feel connected to their neighborhood. This is why I took a day off and I'm here. And most people have waited all morning to talk. And behind all of that is a commitment to preserve what we believe is the best part of Scarborough, which is that we live in the middle of something unique and quaint, and I'm moved actually, and it is open to the new immigration and the new people that come in our community. It's such a unusual situation. You got homes that are 8 years old next to these low-income apartments where all the immigrants come, and we live in peace. This is actually a case for an example for how the world could look like. And in all of that, it's just a tiny little pocket. And what's being proposed is like an eyesore. It doesn't make sense. Right across this building is a stone cottage that's been there for years, decades. And it looks like the original building. Right across is an Anglican church. You have little homes that are unique and have been around for 80 to longer than that. And people have residents who are lived there for 53 years. And right in the middle of it, we're proposing something that actually blows everyone's mind, even looking at the rendering, because it just doesn't fit. It fits maybe about a half a kilometer to the east or to the west, but it doesn't fit at that spot. So the request here is not don't do this, just do it with some care, please. Because people, this is people's homes. And not only homes that are temporary, we're not here for 2 years. We have actually, this is where my children went to school. This is where I've seen my neighbors' grandkids play for decades now. And you bring and make that more complicated, and you bring more you make it more crowded, and there's no parking. This becomes a completely different conversation for us. So that's the request, and I know others are going to speak to all the technical points, what needs to be done, but really I think that is a request, and not just from our neighborhood, but from across all of Scarborough neighborhoods, is when we build, and I totally understand the need for looking to optimize. So when Eldon spoke and I got the world from business, how do you optimize and get your return on investment? And it makes sense to take it to 24 stories or even 54 stories, but really what honors this people, what honors the land, what honors Scarborough and its qualities, because it's got lots. It's not just building homes for newcomers or just providing cheap housing for people. No, we're more than that. We have history, and we have homes that have history, and we want to honor all of that. I think that's all I wanted to say. But before I leave, Jean actually is a resident and a neighbor, and she couldn't be here, so she was really disappointed. And she recorded something, so I just want to play that to you.
Wow, on the corner of Gatesview Avenue and Kingston Road. And I have seen all the changes, and we don't object to places for people to live. But 24 stories in that place is ridiculous. And it's not safe. And I guess for so many reasons. And Peter will tell you. So I just want...
You want to have a moment. I got it. Thank you.
So you can say something.
Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Any questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Next on the list and last on the list, Peter Thatchuk. Peter, you're up.
Good afternoon. Oops, get this on. Good afternoon, councilors and staff. I don't know if any of you had a chance to read my submission. I led with the 45-degree plane, and I am aware that planners have placed less reliance on it in the past 18 months. My only point, including that, is that as a tool, it is more respectful of existing community than its replacement minimum setbacks. The point tower may be the preferred typology, but it doesn't make it appropriate everywhere. The shadows cast from this 24-story behemoth, call it a point tower, call it whatever, are still unacceptable, have unacceptable impact on the abutting 3 stories to the north. So, in essence, what I'm saying is that point towers may address form, but they don't address infrastructure strain. In order to justify this proposal, you have to cherry pick tall data points while ignoring the low-rise reality between this site and Markham Road, and totally ignore that the 2 closest buildings that you can see on Eglinton East from this site are 16 and 10 stories respectively. And neither of those 2 properties on Eglinton are abutting low-rise neighbors. The 24-story height is a massive 17-story jump from the 7-story podium. it creates a cliff effect over the south-facing backyards of the abutting townhouses. This isn't a transition, it's an intrusion that permanently strips existing residents of sunlight, privacy, and, of course, value, and it violates the city's prior promise to protect established low-rise neighborhoods from aggressive intensification. Despite there being no minimum parking requirements, providing only 193 parking spaces for 419 units will result in a deficiency that will force spillover parking onto Scarborough Golf Club Road, where there's already a pre-existing issue. Additionally, this is a perfect ingress-egress storm brewing because of the insistence to close off Kingston Road, which is an entrance they have now, and restricting all traffic to enter and exit from an already congested Scarborough Golf Club Road. Additionally, the proposed bidirectional bike lanes that are part of the reimagining Scarborough Golf Club on Scarborough Golf Club will necessitate all those entering and exiting the site to cross these same bike lanes to enter traffic, including northbound vehicles, and you heard somebody speak to it before, that frequently block crossings. Even with the underutilized plaza there now, they frequently block crossings, endanger pedestrians, and paralyze transit, in other words, the bus. I found it somewhat concerning that when we brought up an issue in the community consultation, the traffic planner's rather cavalier response to our concerns was a simple, well, we didn't create the problem. He is correct, of course. He didn't. They didn't. But that shouldn't be a green light to add to it as well. Apparently, just a couple of more points here, but apparently there have been numerous receiverships in the industry in the past year. Why am I mentioning this? Because you would not want to see something half finished. Not suggesting that that's the case here. I'm just saying be cautious. The developer justifies the high-rise density based on the Eglinton East LRT, and yes, I do know what an MTSA is. Yet this is currently an unfunded project with no guaranteed completion date. It is, in my opinion, irresponsible planning to approve transit-oriented density before the transit actually exists. We are being asked to accept permanent, high-density traffic today based on a ghost train that may never arrive. So in closing, I would like to ask councillors, I'm urging you to reject this proposal. It fails the neighborhood in massing, in safety, and in infrastructure reality. Ask the developer to return. We're not against development. We just want to see proper transitioning. So ask them to return with a mid-rise plan that respects the original missing middle avenue limits and the actual capacity of our streets. Thank you for your time. I'm here for any questions.
Thank you, Peter. Questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
We'll now take it into committee for questions of staff. Questions of staff? Councillor Myers?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. We've heard a lot of deputations today on development applications. Could you, I think it's important just to level set, could you please explain the province's role in limiting the city's ability to shape a lot of these developments that come before us in terms of some of the legislation that has recently passed?
Through the chair, and in the interest of time, because there have been numerous, recent legislative initiatives have both limited the city's ability to shape applications and encouraged additional densities, as well as council decisions too, I might add. So one of the deputants mentioned the shift from an angular plane as the transition mechanism to use of setbacks and separation distances. That was the decision of council. The province has limited the city's ability to control applications through site plan control through recent legislative amendments, which are being amended further through legislation that's currently being consulted on, as well as encouraging minimum densities and removing minimum lot size requirements in other parts of development spectrums.
Thank you. And the MTSA policy, that's a provincial policy, correct?
it was council adopted policy to be in conformity with the provincial planning statement, which council did. The modifications that have been referred to resulting in as-of-right densities to be assigned to sites was a modification of the minister. I should note, just to correct the record though, that this is not an identified protected major transit station area, as it has not been adopted by council nor approved by the minister, because there's no higher order transit present.
Thank you. And the Ontario Land Tribunal, all of the appointees are appointed by the province, correct?
Through the chair, yes, I think I can answer that. Yeah.
So is it fair to say that while I understand the residents' concerns and their frustrations with the process and the inability for their concerns to be adequately addressed, a lot of the issues actually are being created by the province, and the city councilors and the council's hands are tied to approve a lot of these development applications, because as we heard in one of the earlier issues that we were dealing with, there's always a very real risk that if it goes to the OLT, you might get an even worse development application.
Through the chair, if I can answer it this way, land use planning in Ontario is constitutionally the realm of the province. A lot of those powers have been delegated to the municipality to make decisions on certain matters, to hold official plans, have zoning bylaws, etc. In recent years, the province has undelegated some of those powers by broadening the scope of tribunal hearings, removing the city's ability to govern development shape, form, and appearance, and also, I'll use the word impose, but through zoning orders and modifications to official plan amendments passed by council, imposing provincial policy upon city initiatives.
Thank you. So was it fair to say that if residents want to see the type of community building, the type of infrastructure, the type of collaborative approach that they would like to see how their communities develop and grow, they don't seem like they're all opposed to development, they should really be speaking to their MPPs, because that's where a lot of these changes are coming from.
And through the chair, I'm not sure how I could answer that in terms of advice to council.
That's where the changes would come from.
Generally, the changes that we are dealing with municipally are as the result of provincial actions, yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Myers. Other questions of staff? Nope. Okay, I have a couple. So based on the 3 community meetings that we've had on this proposal and the concerns from my area residents about congestion, in particular around the Scarborough Golf Club Kingston Road intersection, are there any plans to mitigate traffic issues that have been outlined?
Through the chair, I'll begin. I believe it's the Reimagining Scarborough Golf Club Road project does assist in some respects with a reconstruction that simplifies some of the traffic movements, creates cycling lanes to avoid mixed traffic. There was an item previously for south of Kingston Road, I believe, for speed humps that was considered by Community Council earlier this morning. Different mitigation measures through the application can be explored through the site plan phase in terms of if there's opportunities for specific lane configurations or turning restrictions that would prevent congestion, and my colleagues may be able to elaborate on that.
Through the chair, so when we review the development application, the applicant is required to submit a study called the Transportation Impact Studies through their professional consultant. We reviewed that study thoroughly, and there are a couple of changes recommended through the TAS, which will not be secured through the rezoning process. We usually secure those through the site plan process. One of them is looking at how the intersection currently operating and if there is any room for any signal optimization. So we intend to look into this during the site plan process. Another option we are looking at an additional left turn access to the site. So this will be the north of Kingston Road on Scarborough Golf Club. So this will provide an exclusive left turning access to the site and elevate some of the left turning congestion currently happening at the intersection. We are also looking at how to improve the pedestrian connection fronting both Kingston and Scarborough Golf Club Road. And also we are all closing off the existing access on the Kingston Road to improve the pedestrian safety and accessibility as well.
Okay, thank you. My next question I wanted to ask about, so the developers talked about sunlight a lot, and that the adjacent properties will receive 5 hours of sunlight a day. Is that a industry standard, or what's an acceptable, is there an acceptable level of sunlight that a property can receive in a day?
So
With standard? We have a green standard. Do we have a sunlight standard?
standards everywhere. So to the chair, so there's no numerical standards within the official plan. We do look to seek at least a minimum of 5 hours of sunlight on the public realm. And for the properties to the north, with the previous 14-story mid-rise proposal, the shadowing on those northern properties would have been from 9 a.m. till 4 p.m. And in the case of the revised, the latest proposal before you in the recommendation report, between the hours of 10:18 and 1:18 p.m., there is shadow on those properties to the north, and then it moves beyond 118 to the public realm to Scarborough Golf Club Road and beyond to Kingston Road, and staff have considered that as a minimal shadow impact.
Okay, all right. And then the, can I get planning's perspective on the change from the, we've heard the developer's perspective on the 14 to 24. Can I get planning's perspective on the change?
For clarification, as a process mechanism or as a, is the building performing differently?
I guess I just find it unusual to go through 2 community meetings and have a developer come in and then add 10 stories onto a development. I'm used to developments going the other way. The developer listens to community input, takes a bunch of factors into consideration, changes amenities in the community or on the proposal, makes offers to the city for more cash in lieu, but reduces the number. So this one went the other way.
That's true. It's not infrequent, but I would also argue not irregular. We recently had a report come before this community council, 2799 Brimley, I believe, which was a mid-rise proposal in Councillor Thompson's ward, revised to a tower. Again, that report was brought, or that revision was brought to the community for community engagement, brought to community council for approval. Similarly, to improve performance of a structure down the street near Guildwood Go, which was a tall mid-rise building, an 18-story kind of slab construction, which was reconfigured as a point tower through OLT mediation and performed better from a sunlight and shadow perspective, so it was seen as a better form for building performance. My colleague already spoke about the improved shadow performance of the tower building despite the increased height. It should also be noted that between the 14-story mid-rise building and the current proposal before council, the unit count has decreased, indicative of larger units within the proposal than what was currently, or was previously before us as a 14-story mid-rise proposal.
Okay, and then my last question quickly. So as a municipality, we spent a lot of time looking at a proposal for intensification of density and trying to figure out if our infrastructure is adequate, that we make sure we have the proper community services for a project like this. But the schools always seem to be an afterthought. And then they're, you know, I know that in this report that we reach out to the schools, but, you know, I'm seeing more and more proposals now coming through the pipeline, and the reaction of the schools is either we're almost at capacity, we're over capacity, we need signs to be put up on the project saying that we're at capacity, and if you buy a unit in this building, you have to send, we might have to bus your kids to another school. I'm trying to understand why we don't have more interaction between the school boards to say, you know, this is our secondary plan for the area, or, you know, we have an avenue study in the works. You need to look at capacity in schools.
I'll try to answer through the chair on 2 levels. The first, the interaction level, there's standing meetings between teams in city planning and the school boards to do exactly what you mentioned in terms of here are some growth-related studies, pulling in expertise. There are a number of, and my colleague is here today, a number of conversations on the Scarborough Center plan with the school boards, and to make sure that school sites could be secured or at least protected for in a secondary plan area. In this particular case, the wording of the memos was fairly clear. The elementary school capacity is available. The numbers show that the growth at Cedar Drive is approaching full utilization, but not there. And it was the secondary school where it was approaching 100% utilization, but that also is because it includes the IB program, where a lot of out-of-area students come as a central special interest. So you don't need to live in the neighborhood to attend IB at Laurier. And you know, locally, the location of the school is actually perfect for kids walking from this particular development. It's just in behind, a quick jaunt around the corner without crossing any major streets. And their utilization in 2025 was only 92% of the capacity, which was grew from 77%. But Scarborough Village School in the area is also a large out-of-area school, which could be rejigged as an independent school to accommodate more students from the area.
Okay, thank you very much. I believe that's the end of questions of staff. Speakers? All right, I am going to speak. So I have a motion that I would like to move. That City Council refuse the application to amend zoning bylaw 569-2013 to permit the proposed development at 3718 and 3730 Kingston Road. Number 2, in the event of an appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal, City Council direct the City Solicitor to attend the hearing of the appeal in respect of City Council's refusal of the application to amend zoning bylaw 569-2013 to permit the proposed development at 3718 and 3730 Kingston Road, to oppose the appeal. And part 3, in the event of an appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal, City Council authorizes the City Solicitor to retain external consultants to provide expert opinion, evidence in support of City Council's refusal of the application to amend the zoning bylaw 569-2013 and to permit the proposed development at 3718 and 3730 Kingston Road. So to my colleagues, I'm putting this forward. I have a lot of concerns about the development. You can see from the slide deck and the report, I want to thank staff for all of the work that they've done. They've had 2 legislated community meetings, kind of forced them to have a third one, because my community and myself were very surprised that after 2 community meetings, no outreach from the developer about this proposal. There was no inclination that this development was moving from 14 stories to 24 stories. You know, the original development at 14 stories, I can remember not even really batting an eyelash at it. There's a lot of buildings adjacent to this neighborhood on Ingleton Avenue that are just as tall as 14 stories or taller. I have a number along Kingston Road that have been there for quite a while. Having a developer do the opposite of what I'm used to doing after having legislative meeting and getting input from the community to increase the height of a building by 10 stories after the first 2 community meetings, having a number of concerns outlined around shadowing, traffic, the impact on neighboring communities. We were already told by both school boards, for example, they didn't have capacity at any of the schools, and that already with a 14-story, that a sign would probably have to be put up saying there wasn't enough capacity. And then to turn around and have an even larger building, it doesn't fit in with the character of my neighborhood. You know, when you talk about compatible infill development, a 24-story building to myself, that's a large-scale development. It's not compatible with the neighborhood, and you've heard from my residents, nobody's happy with it, and so I'd ask you to support this motion I'm putting forward. Thank you. Questions of me? Councillor Myers?
Just clarification, so you and the community were on board when it was 14?
I can't speak for all of the community, but I was certainly fine when it was 14 stories.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay, so the motion before us, I just moved. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Sorry, item is? Nope, okay. So this application has been refused by Scarborough Community Council. Our next item is SC 31.3, 1710 and 1712, Ellesmere Road, official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, and draft plan of subdivision application. This is a decision report for final approval. We have 3 registered speakers. The first one is Gavin Bailey from Tridel, followed by Gary Pruden, and then Mary O'Hearn from Community Living Toronto. Good afternoon, Mr. Bailey. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Am I on? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Excellent, thank you, and good afternoon. My name is Gavin Bailey. I'm the Director of Planning and Development for Tridel. I'm here, I'm pleased to speak to you today on behalf of our partner, Community Living Toronto. The development applications were deemed to be complete in 2023. For approximately 3 years, we have been working with city staff through a rigorous planning process in order to bring this positive recommendation report before council today. If I was to provide you with a development proposal that checked off the boxes, which represents the merits of good land use planning, complete communities, and positive city building initiatives, this development proposal would check all of those boxes. Our goal with this development proposal is to bring a inclusive mixed-use community to Scarborough Centre, which exceeds accessibility standards throughout the development as a whole. The development proposal before council today reflects the growth vision for Scarborough Centre, and it fits within the proposed context of the new Scarborough Centre secondary plan. This development delivers, most importantly, a new facility for Community Living Toronto, 281 rental units, of which 30% will be offered at an affordable rental rate. A total of 5 towers that transition throughout the site in height and scale appropriately. Market condominium units of approximately 2,000. A new public road, which will extend over the abutting TTC lands, which is a key network for road infrastructure throughout Scarborough Centre. A new public park, a full parkland dedication of over 1,600 square meters. It's actually an over park dedication. Enhanced landscape pops and mid-block connection areas as well. We have worked diligently and collaboratively with city planning staff throughout the entire process, and I'm confident this positive collaboration and working relationship will continue as we traverse through the subdivision engineering and future site plan control application processes. I would like to thank city staff, especially Ms. Callie Dines and Sasha Terry, who are also here today, for their guidance and leadership in advancing our applications through the planning process. We may not always agree on certain things as we go through that process, but we always found common ground, and we always found a way to work together. So I really do appreciate that, and I think it needs to be noted. So on behalf of Community Living Toronto and Tridel, I support the recommendations outlined in this report. We've read it, we are happy with it, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bailey. Questions of the deputy? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is Gary Pruden.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Gary Pruden, and I'd like to express my appreciation to the staff and councillors who have stuck with this process all day long. I can now see how hard and arduous the process is. I'm here today as a volunteer with Community Living Toronto to provide some background on 1710, 1712 Ellesmere, the Lawson residence site. I should note that I've worked as a staff for Community Living Toronto for 33 years, which included being the first regional director for Scarborough region. I also, as a youth, worked at the Lawson residence. So I know a fair amount about this site and the community that it supports. The origins of both the association, now Community Living Toronto, and the original Lawson Development Project trace back to the late 1940s when families banded together and began lobbying for services and supports within their communities so that their children could remain close by and not in large, faraway institutions. The initial response, which I think still is the largest response within Community Living Toronto, was to establish a $1 million building fund, and it raised funds through fundraising, and the Lawson School residence site was built and opened by the Lieutenant Governor, in 1963. So there was a fair amount of fanfare about this event. The school was operated by the association until 1968. Why? Because education wasn't provided by the Ministry of Education until 1968. In that year, education of the children with intellectual disabilities was assumed by the local school board. And at that point, we ceased to operate the school. The vision of the association was always the effective inclusion for persons in all aspects of their community. So the fact that children were now included in their local schools, supported by the school boards, was a significant milestone and encouraged the association to find home-like settings throughout the community for the children. Lawson residents eventually became respite only as the community-based services, both at home and in small group homes, strengthened. Over time, the paradigm has shifted dramatically away from any congregated services, and we see the development of the Lawson property now before us as an opportunity to build a world-class, inclusive community designed with accessibility and belonging in mind. It seems every day, and certainly in election cycles, that we hear about the need to increase housing stock, especially affordable and rental units. This need is even more acute for people with intellectual disabilities, and we are confident that our plan addresses these priority needs for our community, both people with intellectual disabilities and the community more broadly. I would like to highlight the features of our tower plan, the one that will be operated by Community Living Toronto. It is a rental-only building with 281 units. 56% of those units will be one-bedroom, 34% will be two-bedroom, and 10% three-bedroom. At a minimum, 30% will be assessed to be affordable units, and 15% will be accessible units. Non-residential space on the main floor will be used to support a range of community services like community participation supports, where people participate in recreation and work activities throughout our community, early childhood services, again, throughout the community, adult protective service work for individuals, and family support for individuals still living at home, as well as regional admin services and meeting program space. Community Living Toronto will have the option also of buying a limited number of condo units in the other towers for residential support purposes, and this will also strengthen the inclusive nature of the overall community. And that concludes my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Questions of the deputant? Councillor Thompson?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You talked a little bit about, sir, the last point you just made with respect to having units for residential support. Can you unpack that for me? So you have the facility. Can you hear me, or?
Now, this is going to sound like a strange regret, but I've been here all day. My hearing aids ran out at 2 o'clock.
Oh.
Of my battery. So I'm going to have to get closer to you, Councillor Thompson, so
Sure, that's fine. All right, that's fine. I hope to be brief. Can you hear me from there? Or can you hear me now? Yes, I can. Great. I just wanted to understand, with respect to the relationship, you talk about having special units, right? That's over and beyond what is actually available for the clients, right? Is that so? This is where those individuals who are providing services to the clients would reside in the building?
Yes,
Maybe you want to go back to the microphone. That's really my question. I just wanted to understand a little bit further. I apologize that your hearing aided rapid.
About 5% of the accessible units in our building will be operated by Community Living Toronto to provide direct supports to people who need those supports. But there will be lots of opportunity through the rest of the units, especially the affordable units, where families and individuals can rent their own units and receive support to live independently.
Integrated.
Integrated, inclusive.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the question.
Other questions of the deputy? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next is Mary O'Hearn from Community Living Toronto. She's online. Mary O'Hearn, can you hear me? Mary O'Hearn? Mary O'Hearn, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, I'm trying to unmute.
We can hear you loud and clear.
Can you hear me?
We can
Yes.
hear you, Mary. Yep, go
Okay,
ahead.
perfect. Okay, hello, my name is Mary, and I live in Scarborough. I am a person supported by Community Living Toronto. I am part of the CLTO influencer and a member of the board of directors and involved with the Scarborough Community Council. I am also a mother to a son with autism, and I run a knitting group at Community Junction. I'm here today to speak in the support of this development because housing and community changed my life. Almost 13 years ago, my life changed in a way I never expected. I had an injury, and that moment, everything changed. Before that, I had my independence. I had my own home. My son lived with me. After my injury, I ended up in a long-term care home. My son was no longer living with me. That was not the life I imagined. At the time, it didn't feel like an opportunity. It felt like a lot. It felt like everything was being taken away from me. But what I didn't know then was that this moment would lead me to something. I have always believed in which community is living. Through community living, Toronto was connected to the APSW program. I had someone to support me with my finance, help me navigate system, and most importantly, help me move out of the long-term care back into the community. That was the first step. From there, I was introduced to the clubhouse. I started going once or twice a week. Then I started a knitting group, and today I'm paid for that work. I joined a women's group. Then I became part of the influence. From that point on, my world opened. I went from being someone who could have been isolated to someone who is connected, contributing, and making changes. That's the power of belonging. But not everyone gets that chance. Right now, there's over 50,000 plus people with intellectual disabilities waiting for support and housing. Some are at risk of homeless. When my son was 17, he was in a respite home. The moment he turned 18, we were told that 4 or 5 months he might have to go to a shelter. That is not right. How are people with intellectual disability supposed to survive in shelters? People deserve their own space, their own home, a place where they feel safe and supportive. I also think about long-term care homes. I was there at 54 years old. That is too young. I met a younger man there with a Down syndrome. Long-term care is not designed for people like us. The supports are not right. The environment is not right. People don't belong there. They belong in the community. Today, I live independently. I can tell you, it is one of the greatest feelings in the world to have your own place, to call somewhere home, to feel like you belong. Projects like this matter. We already seen it through places like Birchmount Green, where people with intellectual disability are living in the community with the right support and thriving. This development is not just about buildings. It's about people. It's about giving people the opportunity to live with dignity, to be part of their neighborhood, and to build a life. We all belong somewhere, and right now, too many people are still waiting. So I'm asking you to support this application, because when you approve housing like this, you are creating opportunity, you are creating belonging, and you are helping people like me, like my son, to have a place to call home. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mary, and thank you for sharing your story about yourself and your son. Does anybody have any questions for Mary? Councillor Myers?
Just a quick comment. I just want to echo what you said. I thought your presentation was very powerful and moving, and it was just very inspiring to hear your story. So thank you for sharing it with us today.
Thank you, Mary. Have a great
You're
day.
welcome.
Our last deputant on this item is Hannah Erdl. Nope.
Hi, all. Sorry, I am actually not speaking. I was just here to support Mary. So I'm
okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
You can speak if you want. You're on the list. Okay, we're bringing this into committee for questions of staff. Questions of staff? Seeing none. Speakers? Councillor Thompson?
I just wanted to speak in support of this application, Mr. Chair. I think it was, I'm almost thinking it's like, seems like 4 years ago or so that this was brought to my attention, obviously in your ward, and how pleased I was to hear about the relationship with Tridel, and obviously with respect to the community living. And in fact, I went to a number of the events, summer events that they've had, and to meet some of the people who they're working with, and it was just absolutely amazing. It warms your heart. I will speak specifically to my area, my community. The Birchmount Greens that's been mentioned is a building that has been built in my area, and there had been a number of years of different groups coming through wanting to develop that site and so on, and it just didn't work out. And then finally, a group that came in to build this with respect to the philosophy of integration and collaboration and so on. And this is like adjacent to the Alderbrain building, which is on Birchmount and Lawrence at the intersection. There are people living in that building. Some of them have brain injuries and so on, and they are given amazing care by their caregivers. And then there are other individuals living in the building. It is integrated, and it is absolutely fascinating in terms of how that actually works. The sort of quality of life that is realized by individuals who are needing assistance and so on, and the care that's given, I think it's really important for us to understand this relationship. So we have an organization, a company that has a storied history like Tridel, working with community living to address the development opportunity and need to build newer and more functioning facilities for people to live in dignity, to live in with pride. And we heard the speaker in terms of saying, you know, something happened to me, unfortunately, wasn't prepared for it, it happened, and the sequences that she's gone through and explaining about her son and what transpired and so on. There are so many people that are affected by so many different conditions, Mr. Chair, and it's really, really super important that we as a society, that we care about the plight of people and the impact that that their lives have if left unattended. And so I think it's really super important for us to care about people and to balance the interest. And I think we have a corporate interest who's looking to enhance certainly their objectivity of growth and development with respect to their business purposes, but also being able to connect that to the community needs and the needs of individuals to develop and to have a good quality of life. And I would see no reason why we would not want to step up and endorse and support this type of application. I think that we see so many people who are challenged with respect to the lack of opportunities and so on. And the fact that we have a unique situation here, and I think this is a really great example. And again, as I say, we have in my ward a variety of different areas. The modular home that we have at 39 Dundalk, where there are 57 units, and there are people there living who otherwise would be on the street. And I know that when we as a community talked about facilitating this development and talk about welcoming these people into our area because they came from other areas, well, we needed to build the building to facilitate the needs that exist. And we've had to adjust, we've had to do certain things to accommodate the needs of the individuals. So Home First would operates that particular facility, but people are living in dignity, people are living with pride, and for no fault of their own, often they get into a situation which is, you know, a situation that can happen to any of us, quite frankly, where we could have a special requirement. I think we have to lay the foundation and endorse and support the structure where this isn't sort of a one-off, but it is part of a process, part of a system that we actually built in to ensure the quality of life and the integrity of just living well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Other speakers on this item? Councillor Myers.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Just very briefly, as Chair of the Toronto Accessibility Advisory Committee, I just want to say a big thank you to Tridel and Community Living Toronto. I think this is a fantastic development. I think this will make such a huge difference in the lives of so many people, as we just heard from Mary. And what's even more exciting is that this development will take place right here in Scarborough and provide housing, which is desperately needed for people with accessibility issues, particularly people with intellectual abilities issues, as Mary described her son having. So thank you for bringing this application forward and for investing in our community.
Thank you, Councillor Myers. Other speakers? Nope. Okay. I just want to thank Gavin, first and foremost, for bringing this project forward in Tridel. You've been here for the day. I have to say that, you know, Tridel has been a pleasure to work with. Councillor Thompson knows this very well. We've been working for a number of years on a Scarborough Centre secondary plan, which I always am very happy to thank our staff about. But Tridel has worked very hard from day one to make sure this project incorporates well into the neighborhood, incorporates well into the Scarborough secondary plan. I can think of Tridel employees who, I'm not going to name Gavin, but reached out to me almost right away when this project was first proposed about where can we have a community meeting? How can we reach out to your community? What can we do to make sure this project fits into the community right from the get-go? So I can't thank Tridel enough for being a partner for not only a proponent for this project, but for a partner. And we've all heard from Gary about Community Living Toronto and the amazing work that they do, very evident in the deputation that we got from Mary, and how Community Living Toronto has been able to support her and her son. And that's just one small example of all of the amazing work that Community Living Toronto does across this great city, and I always appreciate having them. When people say to me, you know, what's your goal as a city councillor, I always say that I need a strong, viable community where everybody can work, live, and play, and feel welcome and supported. And I think this project is an excellent example of everything that I try to achieve in building that community in my ward and Scarborough as well. So I'm wholeheartedly supportive of this, and I'd ask for the support from all of my colleagues. Thank you. And I'm going to move this item, and if I can have a recorded vote.
Councillor Ainsley moving the item to adopt, the motion to adopt the item before you. Councillor Thompson, Councillor Shan, Councillor Myers, Councillor Ainsley. That item carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen. All right, our next item. Our next item is SC 31.9 to Fairfax Crescent, application to remove a private tree in Ward 20, Scarborough Southwest. We have 3 registered deputants. The first one is Nusrat Jahan. Nusrat Jahan, are you online?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You have 5 minutes to address Community Council whenever you're ready.
Thank you. So, good afternoon, chairs and members of council. My name is Nusrat Jahan. I'm here today as an agent on behalf of the owner at 2 Fairfax West. I want to begin by expressing my sincere appreciation for the work urban forestry does. Like you, I value our city's canopy. It's one of the reasons we love living in Scarborough. I'm here today not to oppose the city's tree protection, but to ask for a collaborative, case-specific review of my application. I believe we can find a path forward that supports the city's housing goals while actually improving long-term health of our local environment. While urban or forestry's initial inspection noted that tulip tree is healthy, a deeper look at by the professional arborist from our side has raised some practical concerns that we feel are important for council to consider. Am I echoing?
Yep, we can still hear you.
Okay, thank you. First, the canopy is currently holding a high volume of deadwood, while multiple branches reaching diameters of up to 15 centimeters. These are not small twigs. These are heavy limbs that pose a direct risk to the property and the proposed garden suite below. More significantly, at the 8-meter mark, the trunk splits into 2 stems with included bark at the top of union. From our professional arborist perspective, included bark acts as a natural weak point, while the tree doesn't have a strong wood-to-wood connection. It means the 2 stems are not actually fused with solid wood, but are essentially pushing against each other with a layer of bark in between. As these stems grow heavier, this V-shaped union becomes the primary point of failure. We are not suggesting the tree is in an immediate danger, but rather it has a structural complexity that will require significant ongoing professional intervention. For a homeowner, this presents a long-term maintenance challenge that we believe is important to weigh against the benefits of proposed housing. The reason we are seeking this tree removal, is to build a garden suite at the rear yard. We see this as our small contribution to the city's EHON initiative, which is expanding housing options in neighborhoods, helping to address the housing shortage by adding gentle density to our neighborhood. In today's economic climate, this suit is more than just a building. It's a way for our family to stay resilient, provide a home for a loved one or a neighbor. We truly want to participate in city's vision for missing middle housing. However, because of the specific treatment and the structural nature of the tree, we find ourselves in a difficult position where we cannot move forward with the suit as planned. We tried redesigning the proposal of garden suite, but due to space restrictions and rear yard spatial constraints, we couldn't find any more viable solutions. The EHON initiative is a wonderful opportunity for homeowners across Toronto. We only ask for the same opportunity to contribute to community's growth. Applying the three bylaws is vital, but a rigid application in our case might lead to an unintended outcome, where a single structurally complex tree prevents a permanent housing solution. We believe in a balanced approach, one that looks at the unique constraints of this lot is the fairest way to move forward. We want part of solution for trees Toronto's canopy. If this permit is granted, we aren't just looking to meet the minimum requirements. While Albert Forestry has recommended 5 replacement trees, we are fully open to planting even more or contributing further to city's tree planting funds. Our goal is to ensure that...
Sorry, could I ask you to wrap up? You're over your time.
Yes. In closing, I believe it's the balance among supporting housing, recognizing economic realities, ensuring fairness, and still contributing to city's environmental goals. Thank you very much. I respectfully ask for your support in approving this permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of the deputant? No. Sorry, can I just ask the garden suite that you proposed, have you submitted an application for that?
Yes, sir. We have went to the zoning review and OBC review, the structural review, and both are approved. But the issuance of the permit is pending because we are here to approve for the tree removal.
So I'm just looking at the diagram you have. You think the tree has to come down because the construction of the garden suite will damage it?
We are not allowed to construct unless the tree is removed. But if there is another solution, like we can do screw piles, but in that case, we can only build the ground floor, not the basement. And that will not lead to a functional dwelling, a functional garden suite. The square meter will be very less than a standard and functional garden suite.
Okay, thank you very much. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Our next deputant is Mohammed Hossein. Mr. Hossein online? Nope. How about Nicole Corrado? Nicole, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right, we're on the last item, tree removal at 2 Fairfax Crescent, number 9.
Yes, I would say that there's definitely a way you could build the garden suite without cutting the tree. I think that you don't necessarily need a basement if you make the garden suite a tiny home. It would be worth looking into tiny homes. They're very common in Halifax, and garden suites can become tiny homes. Most tiny homes don't have basements, and they're quite functional. You can actually fit a lot of functional space into a small place. The problem is if you allow cutting this tree to build a basement in another place. I mean, one of the problems with building, another basement in another place on this, it's going to be things like flooding. So you're adding more paved spaces, you're adding another basements, where there's a tree growing. And where there's a tree growing, there's probably going to be water. So I would presume that this is going to make the place more prone to flooding. Whereas if the tree will actually help shade a tiny home, and it will help maintain the temperature. It will help keep it cool in the summer and help insulate it in the winter by acting as a windbreak. So it's I would say there definitely is a way that you can preserve this tree. Just redesign the garden suite into a tiny home. Or it's because without, it doesn't have to have a basement. It could be a tiny home. Usually what you have is you'll have 2 stories and no basement. It's just on, sometimes they're even on, sometimes they're mobile, but sometimes they're stationary, but they don't have to have a basement.
Okay, thank you, Nicole. Questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much. We're going to bring it into committee. Questions of staff? No questions of staff. Speakers? Anybody? Going once, going twice. So I'm going to support the recommendations in the report to refuse the application. Any questions of me? Sorry? No. I'm the keeper of the tree today. All in favor? That carries. And bills? That completes our agenda for the, not yet, gentlemen, we have bills. Councillor Myers.
That bills 436 to 439 prepared for the April 30th, 2026 meeting 31 of the Scarborough Community Council be declared as bylaws and passed subject to 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006.
All in favor? That carries. One more.
That confirmatory bills to confirm the legislative proceedings of the...
say it was your turn. Go ahead, Councillor Myers.
Of the Scarborough Community Council acting under delegated authority at meeting 31 on April 30th, 2026 be declared as bylaws and passed subject to section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006.
All in favor? Carried. Motion to adjourn. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.